It's 5:30. Let me see. Okay. You didn't see Myra out there by your chance, did you? Yeah, but she didn't text. 5:30. Okay, thank you all for being here. We're going to call our meeting to order, and we will begin with 1.2, Pledge of Allegiance. And we're going to ask if Dr. Judy White will come and lead us in the pledge.
Everyone could please stand, put your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're now at 1.3, approval of the agenda. Board members?
Second.
It's been moved and second. If there is no discussion, there is discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Can we move on the closed session agenda?
Can we do what? I can't hear
Can
you.
we, sorry about that. On the closed session agenda,
Yes.
can we change the arrangement of the items and move, hold on a second.
Mr. Tillman, I think, we've gone over it. It's okay how it is, or I'm not,
President, can we move the dismissal item to the top and only have the board and council to start with? I'm asking for a board consensus.
I would support that.
okay, we can move it, and then what we'll do is after that, we'll take a break, and then we'll go back and we'll finish the rest of the close. So
Exactly.
we will, just to be clear, we'll have 2 closed sessions, okay?
Thank you.
All right, yes.
I don't think I understand what the
So
request.
we're just moving, there's one item is at the bottom in closed session. It'll come first in the discussion rather than behind those other ones that are on there. You see that? And then we'll come back out, and then we will have another closed session.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, we are now waiting on, if there's no further discussion, then we will go ahead and take the vote.
Ms. Rosales?
All right, thank you. Motion carried. We will now move to 1.4, inspirational message from Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. It was former Congressman Watts who said, "Character is doing the right thing when nobody's looking." There are too many people who think that the only thing that's right is to get by, and the only thing that's wrong is to get caught. As we celebrate Character Education Month, the month of October, please allow me to share 5 quotes pertaining to character education and to remind us how important it is for each of us to accept the resolution that we unanimously adopted at our last board meeting. Number 1, Don't guess a person's character on his present situation, because time has the power to change an ordinary coal into a precious diamond. Number 2, be more concerned with your character than your reputation, because your character is what you really are, while your reputation is merely what others think you are. Number 3, when wealth is lost, nothing is lost. When health is lost, something is lost. When character is lost, all is lost. Number 4, which is paraphrased because it pertains to men only, the best index to a person's character is how she treats people who can't do him, her any good, and how she treats people who can't fight back. And the last one, number 5, you never really know the true quality of someone's character until the road gets rocky. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. All right. We'll now move to our special presentations and recognition. 2.1, resolution in recognition of California Week of the School Administrator. And we ended with you, Dr. Wyatt, last meeting, so I'll start with Dr. Hill.
Whereas leadership matters for California's public education system and the more than 6 million students it serves. And whereas the title of school administrator is used to define many educational leadership posts, such as superintendent, principal, assistant principal, special education, and adult education leader, district business official, classified educational leader, and other school district employees who are considered administrators. And whereas providing quality service for student success is paramount, and the future of California's public education system depends upon the quality of its leadership, and whereas school leaders depend on a network of support from fellow administrators, teachers, parents, students, businesses, community members, board trustees, college and universities, community and faith-based organizations, and elected officials to promote ongoing student achievement and school success. And whereas the state of California in Education Code 44015.1 has declared the second full week of October as the week of the school administrator. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District declares October 10 through 16, 2021 as the week of the school administrator, and that all school leaders be commended for the contributions they make to successful student achievement. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? If there is no discussion, we're going to have to take a verbal vote until Karen's is rebooted over there. So, Ms. Ceballos? No, I need a vote right now.
Aye.
Okay, Dr. Hill? I'm voting, we're manually voting because her computer is rebooting.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt? Aye. Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman? Aye. And Dr. Dowdy Rogers, aye. Motion carried. All right, we are now at 2.2, resolution in recognition of National Red Ribbon Week. Ms. Ceballos.
Whereas the Red Ribbon Campaign was started to commemorate the service of Enrique Kiki Camarena, a special agent of the Drug Enforcement Administration who was tortured and murdered in the line of duty in 1985 while engaged in the battle against illicit drugs, thus creating the tradition of displaying red ribbons as a symbol of intolerance towards the use of drugs, and to raise awareness of the destruction caused by the drugs in America. And whereas in 1988, the National Family Partnership coordinated the first national Red Ribbon campaign, the oldest and largest drug abuse prevention program in the nation, reaching millions of young people. And whereas approximately 20 million Americans aged 12 and older suffer from some form of substance abuse, and whereas teenagers with mental health issues are more at risk for drug use and addiction, and the isolation due to the COVID-19 pandemic has been especially challenging on the mental health and anxiety of students. And whereas although public awareness of illicit drug use is increasing, emerging drug threats such as the abuse of prescription medication, the second most abused drug by youth, and use of inhalants demand attention, and whereas drug dealers are specifically targeting children by marketing illicit drugs that mimic the appearance and names of well-known brand name candies and foods. And whereas the Red Ribbon Week 2021 theme, Drug Free Looks Like Me, was submitted by a 7th grader in Ohio, and is a reminder that everyday Americans across the country make significant daily contributions to their communities by being the best they can be because they live drug-free. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District hereby proclaims October 23rd through the 31st of 2021 as Red Ribbon Week, and encourages parents, young people, schools, businesses, law enforcement agencies, faith-based organizations, service organizations, and individuals to promote the creation of drug-free communities and to participate in drug prevention activities to show support for healthy, productive, and drug-free lifestyles. So moved.
It's been moved and second. Is there any discussion? If not, we are now back online, I believe, she said. I also want to make note if communication, the voting is on our screens, but I can't see that screen. Okay. So, and if not, I can go ahead and take a voice vote again so we can move to the next one because it's not on the screen. It's unanimous? Okay, thank you. Motion carried. All right, I'm going to move now to 2.3. Dr. Flores, resolution to participate in California's 2021 Great Shakeout Earthquake Drill.
Thank you, Madam President.
Your
Thank
mic.
you, Madam President. Resolution to participate in California 2021 Great Shakeout Earthquake Drill. Whereas the San Bernardino City Unified School District recognizes that no community is immune from natural or man-made hazards and recognizes the importance of training staff and students to withstand these hazards. And whereas the district knows the importance of reducing human impact, property damage, interruption of educational services, and economic loss caused by those hazards. And whereas the district has a responsibility to promote earthquake preparedness with the staff, students, and families, it serves and plan appropriately for earthquake-related disasters. And whereas proper training of district employees will allow them to facilitate the continuity of operations and assist our community following a major earthquake. And whereas by participating in the Great California Shakeout Earthquake Drill on Thursday, October 21st, 2021, at 10:21 a.m., the district has the opportunity to join millions of Californians in testing emergency response procedures. And whereas the San Bernardino City Unified School District encourages schools and families to participate in their work sites or homes and to use the information on www.shakeout.org/California and www.sbcusd.com//ready CBSUSD to eradicate its stakeholders regarding actions to protect life and property. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District directs district-wide participation in the Great Shakeout, in the Great California Shakeout Drill on October 21st, 2021. So moved.
It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? If not, we can take the vote. Thank you. Motion carried. Moving down to 3.0, closed session. We are now at 3.1, closed session, public comments. And this is a time that the members of the public will be provided an opportunity to directly address the board about any items described under the closed session. Comments are limited to 5 minutes or less. Individuals with comments on any other subject matters within the board's jurisdiction may address those during the regularly scheduled public comments later on the agenda. And we have some in-person and virtual ones, so we will start with in-person. And our first speaker is Dr. Judy White.
Good evening. I have found throughout my life to initially respond to challenges by praying. As I have prayed, the Lord has reminded me of His mercy, His order, and His love toward mankind. Today, my heart is heavy because our brother in the work is being considered for release within his first 4 months of work. When I look at our board members, Danny Tillman, I have known you since you were 15 years old. We have stood for diversity and equity on many fronts. Dr. Barbara Flores, we have fought the good fight of faith on issues related to literacy and bilingual advocacy. Abigail Medina, we wrote a master plan for GATE students and traveled to Sacramento on behalf of school accountability. Dr. Gwen Dowdy, the Dowdy family has continued to serve side by side in the community for decades. Dr. Scott Wyatt, you know we are kindred spirits when it comes to being student-centered. Dr. Margaret Hill, I call you the godmother of this community, who has given untiringly through sickness and in health. You have given, impacting lives with just a glance. And board member Myra, what I know about your faith, God inspires me. I chose to call you by name because you are human beings who have successfully served students well. Superintendent Doc Irvin is also a human being who has served students throughout his career and who was chosen by this board to keep students at the center of all the decisions made. My appeal to you is to consider time. Time. Every great organization allows individuals time to transition, time to acclimate, and time to perform, time to be responsive to their evaluation. If the evaluation was agendized on September 22nd and a dismissal was agendized the same night for October 5th, if my math is correct, any formal concerns raised were given 1 week for improvement. No support, but only a preliminary decision without any guided feedback or coaching. If you make the decision to dismiss without a reasonable assistance-driven process, then the people that I know, the people that I thought I knew, no longer sit in those seats. Because the people that I thought I knew would understand the duality of existence for Black men in America in all aspects of life. Human beings need focused conversations and opportunities to respond. Have you provided support? From President Obama to George Floyd, someone or some energy is always trying to put a knee on the neck. The Bible says in 1 Corinthians 8:8, all things are lawful unto me, but all things are not expedient. You have the right to evaluate, dismiss as you choose, but your organization is healthier when you demonstrate clear communication, open support for success, and time to meet your expectations. I choose to believe that you are better than impatience. I choose to believe that you understand the unintended negative impact of division and loss of confidence that sometimes occur from an abrupt change in leadership. I choose to believe that you will reflect and acknowledge that you can exercise your moral obligation to model support before dismissal. Support before dismissal. I choose to believe that you know Black men are human and should be respected and treated with professionalism and grace and not discarded like a throwaway in a short period of time. I choose to believe that you will honor one of our veterans, Doc Irvin, with the gift of time, provide unwavering support and a fair and unbiased evaluation. Be better by saying a fair process to all employees, whether they're classified, certificated, principals, or a superintendent. We want time to happen on your watch. Be the people that I know you are. I thank you in advance for fairness. I thank you in advance for your wisdom and your reflection to do what is right. I close with this quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The time is always right to do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Samuel Precy. Is he here?
Good evening, board, cabinet, and community. Tonight I'd like to talk to you about some traits of leadership. I know you all are leaders, whether in your personal careers, social circles, politics, or churches. And as leaders, you have had to manage through change and the difficulties associated with it. In my 30-year career in engineering, operations, and logistics, and my last 17 years as director, I've seen some examples of positive and effective leadership. But nowhere have I seen more examples of great leadership than here at San Bernardino City Unified School District. Through the pandemic and IMT, ransomware, challenges of remote learning, and the return to in-person instruction, as well as feeding for our community, many of our leaders rose to the occasion and displayed awesome leadership. But what are some traits of leadership? Vision. What does tomorrow look like, and what can we accomplish together? Every school can and should be a good school. Every decision should be in the best interest of kids. Enlistment. Involve staff in the ideation and creation of systems and processes that will achieve that vision. Wanting to hear all ideas, all thoughts, embracing diversity in thinking, and challenging the status quo and groupthink. It's not the leader's way, but the collective team's way. Encourage. Being the champion and always motivating, inspiring, being the example, displaying excitement and passion. And who demonstrates more passion and excitement than our current leader? Embodying. Will you stand for something positive, display the utmost in integrity, and always maintain high expectations and never allow anyone to lower your expectations? Willing to stand up for those who cannot speak for themselves. In this case of our district, are children who deserve the best education, not just a select few who got into the good schools, but every school and every child. A little bit about my personal story, and some of you may know, but my family immigrated here from Mexico. I'm first generation American on my mom's side and second generation American on my dad's side. And when they split, my mom, single parent with 5 boys, raising us in a racially charged environment of a mostly white neighborhood, it was tough, and money was tight, and resources were tight. And we didn't have much like the local families around us. And there were many nights that we went to bed hungry due to lack of food. But our schools were our beacons of hope. My mom always said that we needed to focus on our studies. Schoolwork always came first, and that education was our way out of poverty. And because of education, I became a nuclear and electronics engineer. We owe it to every child who is going to bed hungry, every child living in poverty, foster care, or homeless youth, regardless of the school they're attending, to provide that very best education. And we cannot accept that some schools perform well and others do not. Every child deserves to have the best chance for success. And we have a leader who believes this is possible. What defines us is how we deal with conflict and whether we come together or break apart. It's time to bring the community together and start the healing process. Tough decisions will need to be made for the benefit of our students. Tough decisions that may not be in the best interest of adults. And we need to accept that adults may have their teeth ache, and that's okay. Every decision needs to be in the best interest of kids. Actions, attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs will define you. Always maintain high expectations and never allow anyone to lower your expectations. Silence is complicitness, and we need to be brave and speak up for those children that don't have a voice or platform. Every school can be a good school. Diversity and thinking. I want to hear your thoughts and ideas. These are some of the statements that our leader, Doc, believes in, demonstrates, and shares daily with the district. Our mission is clear. Every child deserves the best chance for success. We must remain resolute in our mission. Your actions, attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs will be tested tonight. And I'd like to close with a statement from a member of a Senegalese ministry, Babou Dioum. In the end, we will conserve only what we love. We will love only what we understand. And we will understand only what we are taught. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Smith Gilbert.
It is such an honor to stand here before you. Many of you have held your hand. I've been with the children, with you, in our community, united. I stand here today as the president of the Inland Empire section of the National Council of Negro Women. I'm writing to express our membership's collective concern regarding the public comment of the 7 parents that called for the removal of the newly appointed superintendent, Doc Irvin, during your September 21st
Ms. Gilbert, if you
meeting.
can pull the mic down a little bit.
And I do apologize.
No, I didn't want to stop you. But
And just to let you know, I'm about 6 days from major surgery, but I needed to be here today to talk to you. And many of you I've known for quite some time, and I respect all of you. And that's why, for me, it's about the children. It's about the solidarity. It's about the unity. And I thought about this when the great Margaret Hill mentioned character. As we teach our children character, and we teach them to be a family in classrooms, especially during the pandemic, to respect each other, regardless if your views are different, to just respect each other and unify to meet the common goal. My mother was a teacher, and one of the things that she did is she taught adult ed, and one of the reasons why she did that is because they wanted to be here. Those were the rejected kids that maybe didn't make it the first time around. I think that this kind of plays here as well, because when you look at the timeline that Doc Irvin has been in office, has he really had the opportunity to show you what the amazing things that he can do? And so I ask all of you to think about that. Give him the opportunity, as you would one of your students, to excel beyond anything that you have seen. Right now, our community needs to unify. Right now, we need to come together as one. Board members, we made this decision through many applicants to put him here. Give him the opportunity to do so. And as Dr. White mentioned, I pray for each and every one of you to make the right decision, to make the one in your heart, not the popular decision, but the right decision. And imagine if it was one of your children. Imagine if he was one of your students. Would you give him the opportunity to do the right thing? In closing, you are trusted with our most valuable resource, our youth, and providing the best leadership to guide them through their educational journey successfully. Do not allow smoke screens of prejudice cloud your judgment and potentially shortchange our students in our community. I am a San Bernardino resident. I've been in the class with those students. And the reason why I'm standing here today against my doctor's orders is because it means so much to me that you know that the decision that you make will change lives. Will change lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, and I apologize because it looks like it might be Dan Varney or Don Varney.
Yes, it's Dan Varney. Good evening, San Bernardino City Unified School Board members and Superintendent Irvin. Thank you for the time. I'm a retired teacher of 26 years, and in those years I can count on one hand the number of administrators that I trust or even respect. Almost certainly the administrator doesn't give one hoot about what's right for kids. Rather, they were clearly more interested in the trajectory of their career path. It's one of the tragic realities that I've come to realize after all these years in the field. However, one of whom that I do trust and respect is in this room tonight. Close to 10 years ago, I went to a party sponsored by my wife's employer, and it was there that I met Harry Doc Irvin. Hours passed as we talked about all things education, and truthfully, I waited and waited for what never came. It still hasn't come. I waited for Doc's true ambitions and decision-making to clarify like it's done with so many other administrators I've met over the years. Instead, to this day, Doc and I remain very close friends because true to the spirit of an excellent educator. Every decision that Doc has ever made has been made in the best interest of the student. You see that night and every other conversation since with Doc, the one constant has been what's right or what's best for kids. When Doc took the superintendent's job in Bakersfield, that district was the lowest performing district in the state. 5 years later, Bakersfield City School District is among the highest performing school districts and has ongoing productive programs that are supervised by personnel that are groomed and coached by Doc to continue to run. I'm going to piggyback on what the gentleman said about leadership. Insecure leaders are incredibly difficult to work for. They are protective and they jealously guard their realm for fear of losing their job to someone more capable. This is true in the business world and in the world of education. A true leader, a professional leader, is one who works to make sure that there are 1, 2, or even 3 people in a position to take over so that the program continues to prosper once he or she is gone. One who trusts the people he or she surrounds himself with to do a job has to be trusted to do that. Doc did this in Greenfield and in Bakersfield, and if given the opportunity, he will do the same thing here in San Bernardino City Unified School District. You see, that BS you guys pulled last meeting is indicative of the kind of nonsense that this district is known for around the Inland Empire. Frankly, I advise Doc to walk away from your district because I know what kind of leadership sits up there on that panel. San Bernardino City Unified School District is a running joke among those in the profession in and around the area. You made an intelligent hire 6 months ago, and now you're going to sabotage the hire? Why? What good is going to come from this? If you just get out of your own way, Doc will lead this district to the kind of performing schools that you should be dreaming of. Instead of petty jealousies and worries about skin color or gender, let the man do the job you hired him to do. Like S.E. Williams pointed out in her recent article, Keeping It Real in the Inland Empire Voice, the attacks on Doc were intentional and clearly organized, yet scattered. They made it appear to lack integrity. And behind closed doors, what a cowardly action allowed, even organized by a professional school board. Wow, just wow. How is that good for kids? So I went back and watched a few school board meetings to see if I could see a pattern or any kind of indication for why, after 6 months, that this board would turn so quickly on the superintendent. While I couldn't find a pattern, what I can't figure out is why a school board is so uninterested in student achievement data. Not one time did I hear a question about what's good for kids, or ask a single question as to why there was zero improvement over the previous 4 years' data. I didn't hear a single question about Mr. Irvin's plan to increase those abysmal numbers that were presented to the state. Why 2 of you talk incessantly and yet say nothing of substance is beyond me. Dr. Flores, the one thing in substance you did say is one of the meetings is that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect. I wonder, do you consider the conduct of this board to be treating Doc with dignity and respect? As a former superintendent yourself, you know how important it is to treat people properly, or so I might have guessed anyways. In all my years in the profession, I know one thing to be certain, that when community members, teachers, and classified members go to school board meetings, it's normally to see about firing a superintendent. It seems like this room is supportive of this particular superintendent. So I ask, what is the motivation behind all of the attempting to remove the superintendent on September 21? For willingly breaking contextual language? Was it racially motivated, gender motivated, personal gain motivated, a hodgepodge of all three? This board needs to step up and perform like a professionally trained and democratically elected school board member starting today. Today. You guys hired this man to do a job that he's quite competent to handle and to do in an overachieving manner that I've come to know that Doc will do. A job that will shine the lights on San Bernardino City USD sooner rather than later. Or option number two is that I will personally work towards ensuring that certain members of this board do not get
Time.
reelected again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron Dill. Is it Aaron Dill? Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam President, honorable members of the board. My name is Aaron, and I'm a resident and a product of the great city of San Bernardino and of the San Bernardino City Unified School District. I'm here today to voice my concern regarding the negative comments surrounding the superintendent that was chosen after a nationwide search. I've heard the concerns from a very small group of parents. I'm in shock and disappointed in the actions of certain board members in the last meeting. In my opinion, these claims are anecdotal and emotional hearsay. These claims are baseless. I'm a black man, I'm a Latino man. Historically, anti-blackness and prejudice run rampant worldwide, including the Hispanic and Latino communities. That's exactly what this is, and it should be treated as such. Excuse me. Fairly recently, you all came together and unanimously came together and made a decision based on the best interest of all the lives affected by the San Bernardino City Unified School District. Maintain that decision. Do not allow the emotions of a few to negatively impact the rest of us and stain this board. I'm a proud resident of San Bernardino, and I stand in support of our superintendent and anyone else working in the best interest of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is LaQuetta Bush Simmons.
Good evening. I am the board chair for Project Fighting Chance. I've been active in San Bernardino County. My family's been active, giving our time, touch, and treasure. So I have a passion for this community, and that I'm hoping is never questioned. I want to talk about two things, honor and legacy. When I look at this board, I've come to see and understand that you are an honorable board. When I look at your involvement, the things that you have done, they are honorable. So I'm asking you that if you are honorable board, for you to understand that you chose an honorable man. And he is still honorable even though you might disagree with him. When honorable men and women fall out, they don't destroy the very thing that God has given them to create a legacy by. This is your opportunity to build a legacy, a new legacy for San Bernardino. If we're all been honest with ourselves, we see the numbers, we see the data, and if we want that to change, we got to do something differently. And Doc Irvin says, look, I got the courage. I have the courage to stand before this community, this board, our children, and dare to say, I want to change the legacy. I'm asking you, our children are asking you to be honorable men and women. Not be motivated by your feelings or your pride, but move based on the legacy you want to leave when you leave this office. To be able to say, I did what was righteous in the face of trying to do what I thought was right. That I did what I knew in my heart and God-given ability to make sure that San Bernardino was no longer on the bottom of somebody's list of achievement. Hear me clearly. We believe in you because we voted you there. We're saying we need you to be honorable. That when we go behind these closed doors, that our kids will matter more than your feeling and your pride.
that you want to write a legacy that says that we're going to give people a fighting chance, and you have not given Doc a fighting chance, and that is the honest God truth. You just haven't. So stand on your honor and build a legacy that changes the outcome for brown kids and black kids and every child that graces the ground of San Bernardino County. I am not here because I have to be. I'm a pastor. I got a list of stuff to do tonight. I'm here because I care. And I want you to care enough to do what is honorable and righteous, even if it makes you a little uncomfortable, because growth and change isn't. But once it is actualized, you will know that it was worth it. Be honorable. Build a legacy for our children that they can be proud of. Thank you for that time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kimberly Calvin.
Good evening, everyone.
Evening.
Very happy to see your faces. Not very happy to be here to see them at this time, on this occasion. My name is Kimberly Calvin, Executive Director for Acoma Unity Center, an after-school program providing enriched services to the City of San Bernardino's Unified School District for the past 5 years. It is my pleasure to serve as a vendor, stakeholder, collaborating partner. Today, I'm here to speak on my interactions with the superintendent. Our new superintendent has made a call for accountability for our vendors. As a vendor for the past 5 years, we've never had an evaluation until now. Our new superintendent hired this consulting firm to assess the needs, the impactfulness, and accountability of each vendor. We, Acoma Unity Center, welcome this evaluation because we thrive to meet the needs of our scholars within SBCUSD. Oftentimes, accountability is very uncomfortable, very difficult to endure. But yet, accountability must be sought if we are to change, if we are to grow, if we are to improve. While painful as it may be. I also welcome our new superintendent's desire to visit all schools, speak to children, speak to administration, speak to teachers. I've been on several campuses while he's been there and have been there to witness his interaction with the scholars. To understand what is totally needed, truly needed on the campuses. You can only do this if you're asking the tough questions and also demanding that we do better. Because in order to do better, in order to serve our scholars, we have to do better. This path towards accountability is essential, and I tonight want to ask that we also see this type of accountability when assessing why African American children and Latino children within SBCUSD are still failing. Where's the accountability for decades? And through one superintendent after another, and also assistant superintendents who have professed to have African American scholars and Latino scholars' best academic interests at heart, we're still at the bottom. And this is totally unacceptable, and we, the Black and brown communities, want action. We've given many nationalities the opportunity to lead this district toward academic success, but we've yet to allow a Black man to do that. Your actions tonight will be the lessons tomorrow for our scholars here in SBCUSD. Please be mindful. As our city is being moved to assess, address, and hold all electeds and supporting staff accountable, we must understand that folks aren't going to be happy while this is being done, but only the courageous will ever stand and take the chance to make a better San Bernardino. It is not difficult in any of the roles that I stand in to hold everyone accountable, particularly electeds, particularly those appointed, the highest paid in the land. They must also be held accountable, but each one of you do as well as supporting staff. I strongly urge you all today to be careful, to be mindful of the decisions that you make. Because as you leave this dais and move anywhere else, your decisions today will definitely follow you. It is critical, it is urgent that we understand, as Mother Hill stated, when we are trying to bring forth a diamond, we've got to sharpen that, we've got to polish that, we've got to endure the heat. Tonight, you must endure the heat. You must each one ask your own selves the question, where do I stand? Because accountability is critical.
Time.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel White.
Good evening. If I was to quote Nelly, I would say it's getting hot in here. On September 21st, I accompanied my mother into this hollow chamber as she entered somewhat as a shy little girl, bringing her project to class for a presentation. A girl who had previously presented herself through her life's work, but was rejected. On to greener and greater pastures via MVSUD and RCOE, but rejected nonetheless. As we sat there discussing strategy, the temperature of the room changed. We went from es mejor dar que recibir, feeling like it was a good night, to share her passion projects, to a concerted effort by concerned community members to remove their own superintendent, which shifted the countenance on my mother's face. So I stand here as a son, and my father's son, whose place I stand in when he's not around. I am a product of the school district, but I rode what they call the school to prison pipeline. For 15 years, my parents rode that pipeline with me, and I'm conscious of the worry and pain I have caused them, and so I don't like when other people interrupt their peace, other than me. The comments from Jana Mejia, Lilia Cisneros, Felix, Teresa, Alba, Elsa Valdez, Catalina Castillo, and many others are passionate and in the native tongue, so I understand their intent for the passion. But all I heard was a personality conflict. They didn't like the way he talked sometimes. Nothing deserving of being dismissed. I noted that there were no fathers in the community that spoke up against what he was doing. There was just some mothers. So then I wondered, is this really a concern? Is this how we should be worrying my mother? When we have other things to worry about, like becoming one and unifying and healing our land? But I admit I don't know the level of distrust that was gained in your long 16-week relationship. I do know we're in a different time in our history and we need to be still and move together as one. No one needs to be making any sudden changes. I'd ask for the entire board to reaffirm the superintendent and for the community to reaffirm the board. We don't need any changes right now. Our community is under attack, and it's not from anybody in this room. The path to the school district is riddled with poverty, prostitution, potholes, and multiple threats of danger. So every school from Waterman to 8th Street, from 2nd Street to Highland, is engulfed in the same things. But we're arguing over nothing. Now I'm gonna close by reading the statement my mom prepared for me. My name is Daniel White, and I'm a proud graduate of San Gregorio High School, class of 1998. I stand in unison with others of our community who would like to see Dr. Irvin given more time to be responsive to the needs of this community. Sometimes, even if it is subconscious or unintended, society says to one group, we will have you as much as we can, and to other groups, oh, your time is up. Different levels of patience, truth, or even expectations are expended. I'm not here alone, so my mama wanted me to say, those in support of superintendent being afforded more time to become the servant leader he is capable of exhibiting, please stand up or raise your hand. Thank you guys for your time. Have a wonderful evening. I haven't begun to pray yet, but if it doesn't go right, I'll start praying at midnight tonight. God bless you guys.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bishop Kelvin Simmons.
Good evening, school board members. As it was just stated, I am Bishop Kelvin Simmons, president of the Inland Empire Concerned African American Churches, or IEC AAC, where we are addressing the needs, leading change, and improving communities. IEC AAC represents close to 20 congregations in the city of San Bernardino and throughout San Bernardino County. 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 15 says this: make sure that nobody pays back wrong for wrong, but always strive to do what is good for each other and for everyone else. On behalf of IEC AAC, I am encouraging you not to take a vote to determinate Superintendent Irvin for 3 reasons. Number 1, Dr. Irvin began as superintendent June 2021, and with the responsibility of superintendent, that is a multi-layered responsibility, it is impossible for Dr. Irvin or anyone else to establish a foundation, build relationships, and introduce his vision to all of the community stakeholders. It is unfathomable that a position with the magnitude such as superintendent of the SBUSD can release anyone without a sufficient probationary period. Number 2, precedent. If you, board members, vote to terminate, you will create an environment and a practice that will be a major deterrent when it comes to hiring excellent personnel for SBUSD. You see, the SBUSD will be hard-pressed to attract candidates as qualified as Dr. Irvin because the reputation would be the board of SBUSD is incredibly impatient and unfair. Finally, culture. After speaking with a couple of board members this week, latter part of last week, I understand now that what we have here is an internal culture problem as much as we have a superintendent who's not able to do his job. How could we make that decision in the midst of the culture strife that we have on the board? Going from a vote of 7-0 to hire Dr. Irvin to a possible split vote dismissal is more of a reflection of the culture of the board than it is the short-term performance of Dr. Irvin. There is an African proverb that says, a little patience is better than a lot of force. So on behalf of the Inland Empire Concerned African American Churches, we stand here and encourage you not to take a vote to terminate.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Bishop Dr. Ernest B. Dowdy, Jr.
Good evening, and I'd certainly like to acknowledge the board, the president, vice president, and the entire board, and to our superintendent, Doc Irving. I'm Bishop Ernest Dowdy. I'm a resident of the city of San Bernardino. I've worked in the city and provided leadership in the workforce development and pastoral leadership for about 40 years. I'm present tonight to express my observation of the quality work provided by this board, primarily during the pandemic. You should be commended on the strategies employed to keep our children, teachers, and school staff safe. I don't believe we came second to any other district in preparation in this matter. And I realize that you are continuing the policies of being safe first. Again, much thanks for your team. Henry Ford said, if everyone is moving forward together, then success takes care of itself. However, I am much concerned, and I must confess, to you that your last board meeting caused an alarm to sound off in my mind. For it appears that there is a contrived or orchestrated effort of trying to remove our newly appointed superintendent. With less than 6 months' time in the job, without an evaluation, basically without justification or cause. When I review online information and other sources pertaining to Doc Irving's background, it depicts a stellar employment history, fluent in Spanish. He has been effected in several districts from LA to Bakersfield, with all positive comments. And I want to also thank him for his service to the country, a United States Marine. I say Semper Fi, for I am also a retired Navy/Marine chaplain. But when you search his professional record, when you talk to his peers and look at his peers, they give him an A+. They further describe him as an innovator with superb leadership skills that, if given the opportunity, will make a difference for our students, educators, and our community. I certainly raise my hand in acceptance for that kind of leadership. Board members, we live in a diverse community, which is our strength. But since the founding of this city, we have not had a black superintendent. And I'll level with you, I don't believe we should have ever let Dr. Judy White slip away to become a superintendent in Riverside County. For I worked with her for many years on my workforce investment board, an outstanding leader. But this evening, the agenda reads dismiss or release. Who on this present board plans to disrespect Mr. Irving by attempting to fire him without a full evaluation and less than 6 months on the job? Perhaps he had only worked as a superintendent for us for approximately 3 or 4 months. And could anyone in good faith or with a straight face have the audacity to move forward with a dismissal for non-cause, basically for innuendos, hearsay, and internal dislikes? Mr. Irving is a leader who committed to relocating his family to our community, preparing to be a total partner. And now, without true assessment of your goals and expectations for Mr. Irving, the board, or a few members of the board, have implemented a rush to judgment, setting out an action of attempting to dismiss or fire our first black superintendent of San Bernardino without justification. This line of thinking is not in his employment agreement at all. We are here tonight to say no to this unfounded flirtation of firing our first black superintendent. We further say to you tonight, hold up and rethink your actions. These representatives that are present and online tonight are here to show our support for Superintendent Doc Irving. I agree with Dr. Martin Luther King. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. In conclusion, I acknowledge the great leadership on this board. Margaret Hill, an outstanding leader in this community, one of my teachers. One has set an example for many. So I acknowledge her, and I acknowledge this entire board. The president of this board is doing an outstanding, excellent job. And I acknowledge my friend, Danny Tillman, that's a friend of mine. I encourage you tonight, rethink what you're doing. This is an innovator. He's going to bless our community, and you need to stand with him.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Espinosa.
Good evening, Madam President, distinguished board and cabinet. My name is Marie Espinoza, and I've been an employee of this district for almost 20 years. And I've watched many of board meetings and been present for many meetings over these years. And I have to tell you, I have never been taken quite back by a meeting like the one we had 2 weeks ago. The negative comments and the personal attacks that were made really compelled me to speak today. And this is probably the only time I've ever, well, it is the only time I've ever spoken during public comment.
You can come closer to the mic.
As I mentioned, I've been with the district for almost 20 years, and in those 20 years, we've never had a superintendent quite like Mr. Irving. I had the pleasure to meet Mr. Irving when I was scheduled for my first in-person meeting. And when I heard that he was going to meet with every director personally, that really took me by surprise, because this is a new superintendent for such a large district under the most challenging of times, during a startup after we've been home because of a pandemic. To take the time in his busy schedule to meet with me and to learn about my department really meant a lot. But what was most compelling is that he didn't just want to know about the department, he wanted to know about my why. What moves me? What drives me? What do I care about in the work that we do in this district? And I have to tell you, I was really taken back because Mr. Irving doesn't just have a passion for making a difference. His desire to make every school a great school has to be applauded. His non-wavering stance to always do what's best for kids. As any good leader does, Mr. Irving made his expectations very clear, not only to me, but to every leader in this district. And in fact, I've heard those expectations mentioned in these board meetings. We do everything at the highest level of excellence. We have high expectations of ourselves and others. We are educational ambassadors, and all the work that we do matters. And most importantly, every decision has to be in the best interest of kids, all kids, every kid. As an employee of this district, I can absolutely agree and support these expectations. More so as a new grandmother to a future SBCUSD scholar, and to the very proud mother that I am of an SBCUSD teacher, I want our current and future babies to have the best of the best schools, the best educational experiences, to excel and achieve greatness, and to do amazing things. Why would we not want that for our kids? Why would we not want the bar set high for ourselves and our students? On a very personal level, I appreciate Doc because he has some of the same values that were instilled in me by my parents. My parents are immigrants from Mexico who came to this country because they wanted what was best for their kids. And like many of our students, we were incredibly poor with many of the same hardships and challenges that our babies face today. My parents were not educated through a brick and mortar school. That was a luxury that was not afforded to them, but rather through life's challenges and experiences. And nevertheless, They taught me to be grateful for what I had and didn't have, to value an education, to work hard and always give my best, to have high expectations of myself and of others, to use my voice when I felt strongly about something, and to make a positive difference when I can. And that is why I'm standing before you today, because I believe in the mission and the vision that DOC desires of all our students and of this community. Because every child deserves the best school, the best learning experiences, and anything less should just not be acceptable. Something that our chief, Paulino, always does, and he knows how I feel about this because I've shared this with him many of times, he always ends every presentation on a positive note with a word of wisdom or appropriate quote. So here's my attempt to follow his lead. In the words of John Maxwell, a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. And I thank you, Doc, for bringing that to us, because you shared that with us in our very first management meeting and again in our summer conference. And that resonated with me. I took note of that, and never did I think I would actually use that again in this forum. The words that I leave you with, these are my words. If there's one thing that's for certain, change is not easy. To lead positive change, you have to have a clear vision, immense passion for the tough work, grit to overcome resistance and obstacles, and fortitude to go to the distance. I believe in Doc, and I believe in the mission and the vision that he has for our students in our community. And I will close with Mr. Irving's own words. Every decision we make must be in the best interest of kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hardy Brown.
I am Hardy Brown, and I am requesting extra time because of my disability. I came now because I wanted to look you in the eye. And also to let the public know that the fix is in. That there are 4 members who have already committed to vote Doc out. I received an email from Abigail Medina just before I came. And she told me that she was going to vote against Doc. So the fix is in. And if that is true, what you are telling us as a community, that what we're doing here tonight does not matter. And you're also saying that Black lives does not matter. And I don't appreciate that kind of attitude. I said 12 years where you are sitting. And I had to listen and take into consideration the community. You do not represent yourself. And as a publisher, I will find out whether Barbara Floyd said that she want to let you know. I will also investigate and find out if my friend Nanny Tillman wants contract to be given out to people and not follow board procedures. Those are serious allegations that people have brought to my attention. I would like for my wife to now read my comment.
Dear Board of Education, as a former school board member, I tune in from time to time and listen to your meetings just to stay current on what's happening in the district. I also do it because my grand and my great-grandchildren of mixed race are students in the district and bring concerns to me sometime because of the students teasing them about their race. I also tune in because I'm an active member of the NAACP and other community organizations at the local and state level. I'm writing you because at your last meeting, September 21, 2021, I was surprised to hear the parents of special education students calling for you to remove and fire a newly appointed superintendent, Harry Doc Irving. If I'm not mistaken, you went through a national search for him, and for them to bring you back the top candidates, and you interviewed and select. They were to take into consideration their educational attainment and their experience and accomplishments as a superintendent in other districts that would be suitable for the demographics, culture, and the needs of our student population. It's my understanding that Doc Irving is fluent in Spanish with a strong understanding of our Spanish-speaking culture, students' culture. It's my understanding that after this process, the board voted unanimously to hire Doc Irving as superintendent. I do not know him personally. We finally see him tonight. I have met him through Zoom at an NAACP meeting and a West Side Action Group meeting. He did inform us that it would take some time for him to hold meetings around the district to get to know the parents, the staff, the students, and the community to fully evaluate the unique needs of the district and to meet back with us before major changes would be implemented. Both organizations agreed that time is needed for him and the board to let us know what they're going to do to improve educational achievement of our students. This is what I know. I did a timeline of his employment beginning 4 months ago on June 1, and the school district beginning August last month. These parents accused him of not being attentive to the students with special needs during the pandemic. Yet I found that as a superintendent in Bakersfield, he developed and implemented a 4-point plan that had at its core students with special needs. Speakers at the September 21st meeting said a group of them had met and that they accused him of overspending money and not being transparent. They accused him of being the God of the universe. They accused him of being conceited. They accused him of destroying the district. They accused him of not having clean schools. They accused him of them not being happy, that they were unhappy parents. They accused Dr. Rogers of bad leadership. They accused Doc Irving of bad management. And it was so bad that one parent took their kid out of the district and put him into a charter school. In that group was a former school board member, Elsa Valdez, saying that the safety of students is lacking from the COVID-19 protocols. She wants Doc Irving to be more transparent and tell her where the money's being spent. They also said that they would not be meeting, that he would not meet with them, and sent his secretary to meet with their group. Now, if that's true, how do they know all these things? I know that President Rogers reported out that this was not an organized group of speakers, yet as they stated, they had met as a group and concluded these things as a group. This, in my opinion, is why they all said the same things and have no problem with that strategy because I've used it before to get the things that I want. I've also sat on that board for 12 years, and I know the current board has the responsibility to investigate all complaints and render decisions that are honest, fair, and just. That is in the best interest of the public, the students, and the staff. Sometimes this means informing those making the complaint that their complaint is not valid. It was reported in the Bakersfield, California newspaper by reporter Emma Gallegos on May the 26th that Bakersfield City School District presented outgoing Superintendent Doc Irving with a plaque and other gifts to recognize his work that he was doing with the district during that Tuesday evening's board meeting. The article continued with this statement by the board president, Pam Bolger, as she presented him with the plaque. In appreciation for keeping the district at the highest level of excellence during your leadership at BCSD, and always making decisions in the best interest of students. In my personal and professional opinion, as a former school board member and as a 30-year human resource manager, their complaint has no evidence that would warrant the resolution to dismiss Doc Irving as superintendent. In closing, I see a smokescreen to hide their underlying reason as race as the problem.
Thank you.
Hardy Brown, Sr.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clear with everyone, in case you didn't hear, there was additional time requested because of disability. Are there some clarifying questions down, Mr. Tillman? Or a question to?
Thank you very much. Yes, and only because Mr. Brown stated that he was concerned about me directing and influencing contracts. Mr. Brown, I plead guilty to that. I try to help YAP get a contract, and the PAL Center, and ICUC, and COPE, and Project Fighting Chance, and Akuma, and Black Voice News Underground Railroad. I try to get the football field for Levi and his group, and I don't apologize for that, and that's within my realm. Now, the things you accuse me of in terms of doing illegal things.
Mr. Tillman, we're not going to do it back and forth.
He said it.
We can't.
But
This is not a clarifying question.
I'll end with this,
Okay.
because you mentioned something about if there's something illegal. And I encourage anybody listening on TV, out in the community, if I've done something illegal, you don't even got to talk to me. Go to the DA, the police, the FBI, the CIA,
Okay. Thank you,
anybody else
Mr.
you want
Tillman.
to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Rosales Medina? Is
Yes,
yours a
thank you.
clarifying?
And I guess just to clarify with what was said also with regards to the contracts, only because it was mentioned in there, that, so Mr. Irvin's plan was to make sure that none of you receive the money in advance.
Point of
So-
order.
So
Okay,
just a note for those that
Ms.
so that's just to
Rosales Medina,
clarify.
we're not going to go there. You can clarify something for
point.
them, but
But I
that,
will
we cannot
clarify-
do that tonight.
I will clarify. So with regards to the email, I have a huge respect for Mr. Hardy Brown. That's why I replied immediately to the email, and I did give him my point of view of how I felt. In my stance, there's a lot more than some, because a few of you mentioned board members talk to you. There's more to what is not being said, and I really wish I can explain
Ms.
more in
Rosales
detail
Medina,
what
you're
is
not
going on
clarifying. You're not
behind the
clarifying
scenes
anything.
that you're not able to see, which
Okay.
it's not.
Okay, so let's
It's
go ahead
not.
and-
Unfortunately,
and-
I cannot.
Okay, all right, so we will.
No.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tawan Green.
There we go. All right, can you hear me good?
Yes.
All right, peace and love to you all. My name is Tawan Green. I grew up on on the west side of San Bernardino, right in the hood. I'm talking like California Street, to be exact. Anybody from San Bernardino know, they know. Surrounded by young people, right, that were failed by a district, an education system that didn't really care about them. You see me now, I'm the assistant director for a mental health agency called Clay Counseling Foundation in the heart of San Bernardino. So I made it out, but my friends cannot say the same. Like my best friend got caught in the Velcros of the streets and lost his life because he didn't have access to the resources that he needed. So when I see comments stated that new leadership is destroying the way things have been done, to me, this sounds like a statement about discomfort. This is someone's resistance to change. But looking at the disparities across the country for Black and brown youth, adults, and families, destroying the way things have been done has to happen, needs to happen. That way, we can rebuild a foundation rooted in love and care and patience and peace. See, we all want to see magic happen, right? Until we're the ones that are expected to be the magicians. Mr. Doc, I read an article about you, and 3 words popped out to me. It said equity, excellence, and expansion. And my first thought was good luck, brother. You're a strong, bold man. But my second thought was sadness, right? Because we exist in a world where those 3 vital things, equity, excellence, and expansion, are not our reality. They're actually frowned upon, cause great discomfort, cause us to be in this place here today. And it's sad that they don't have a place here in America. But by God, do they need to have a place today? So as a young Black man, I stand by you, brother. I hope that you all, in your seats and your leaderships, can provide grace and patience to this man on his mission. Because he is no magician, he's a man with a plan to provide equity, excellence, and expansion to this district, which is a plan that not only we, but the world needs. So peace and love to you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolyn Tillman.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Tillman. I'm a San Bernardino County Superintendent of School retiree and a 41-year resident of San Bernardino. I'm here to support you this evening, Doc. I've only made a minor acquaintance with you at the California Association of Black School Educators. I was very impressed with the workshop that you provided with your staff in Bakersfield. Impressed because it was a diverse staff, and more so than anything else, I got to see you as you worked with your staff during that whole conference. The camaraderie that you had with the diversity of your staff, you could tell that you had a synergy with them, and I was excited to see you come. I apologize for what is happening tonight, and don't feel bad. I was once married to that guy, and he fired me too.
You're right about that.
So my question to the board tonight is, what's really going on? I'm trying to understand how a newly hired superintendent has come under scrutiny within 3 months. I'm left to ponder what's really at the root of this sudden change. Initially, I was tempted to address the comments of the 8 women that were made at the September 21st board meeting. Though the nature of their complaints raised my ire, I have to conclude that their remarks, however loaded they were with innuendo and subliminal bias, the 8 women were nothing more than participants in a poorly scripted puppet act. A smokescreen of sorts for the real actors who are at the heart of the problem. Therefore, rather than be distracted by the disconcerting remarks, I choose to focus on who's really pulling the strings. And that leads me to look at the members of this board. These shenanigans have all the marks of a power play. A power play designed to divide a once unified board and maliciously harm an innocent man's reputation and livelihood. Such that while we find ourselves in one of the most challenging times in education, a time when this body should be forming a united front to address real issues of importance on behalf of staff, students, and their families, you are here vying for personal power. In so doing, you may very well be placing this district at risk. I plead with you, and you know who you are, to humble yourselves and reverse your course. Stop your power plays before you bring irreparable harm and ushering in mistrust and division. This scheme, stripped of its sophisticated veil, is no different from the turf wars that have for years been played out by our high-risk youth on the streets throughout our city. That mentality has no place among this elected board. San Bernardino deserves better, and if it's not abandoned this scheme, you'll be sending voters a clear message that you do not deserve to remain on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Will Greer.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, board, cabinet, community. I wanted to say I'm really grateful to work in a district that has been a pioneer and an innovative leader in student equity work. 14 years ago, back in 2007, we were one of the first districts in the state to have an equity department, a district African American advisory council, and a board-approved policy that specifically called out goals and targets for closing achievement gaps. Sadly, those gaps were prevalent on every indicator of academic success. In terms of math and reading performance, graduating college and career ready, or participating in advanced courses, African American students were at the bottom, and on indicators of failure such as suspension, referrals, absenteeism, and not feeling connected to schools, African American students were at the top. And these were national trends that went beyond San Bernardino and beyond the state of California. But let me tell you how awesome my district and community members have been and are. Not even 10 years after passing the 2007 TIP policy, leaders at the board, cabinet, district site, and community levels, a lot of these fine folks behind me, all came together to create the African American Task Force. They collaboratively analyzed the 2007 policy, talked to teachers and principals, reviewed the newest data, and had numerous meetings over the course of several years to update the original plan. Together, you all charted a new direction for moving the work forward. As an educator, an SBCUSD parent, and a San Bernardino resident, I'm proud of the work our district has done to advance equity for underserved students. Last year, I had the honor of leading an equity network of more than 20 California school districts and county offices of education, We met monthly and talked about the equity work we were each doing in our regions, and I can tell you, SBCUSD was a leader in that network in terms of policy, department organization, having clear goals, plans, and designing systems for measurably improving outcomes. We were beyond just talking about equity. We were one of the few who could outline steps we were taking to create it. This is the district I'm proud to be a part of. I was also very proud when the board took steps in June of 2021, just 4 months ago, to hire a bold, forward-thinking superintendent with a grand vision for student excellence. One who I've personally seen ask Black and Latino students at our high schools, critical questions like, do you have a 4-year plan? Are you college and career ready? Are you on track to meet the A through G requirements? Do you know what that means? And do you even know your counselor? Then, when student after student told him no, I saw him take bold, courageous steps by directing all schools to complete 4-year plans for all students by September 30th. I don't know if this was popular, but I do know equity work often isn't. So while I'm proud of our district and our board, I'm also concerned. If a handful of voices can rise for the removal of a sitting superintendent merely months after taking the position, and not because of any legal, moral, or ethical wrongdoing, can those same voices bring an end to the greater equity agenda as well? Will they call for the closure of the Department of Equity and Targeted Student Achievement? My removal, or that of my outspoken colleagues, the end of the African American Task Force, or an end to the work we are just beginning to do to close gaps for African American children? I hope and pray that the answer is no, yet we do live in a world in a larger context of anti-Blackness and racism. And many do often see Black advancement as a zero-sum game where if Blacks succeed, then others feel as if they are losing. I truly hope this is not the case, and I pray that we are able to stay the course, work across communities and cultures as we have always done, and accomplish something remarkable that would make us the leading large urban school district in our state when it comes to closing the historic gaps that have shackled our children's futures and spirits for far too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Snyder.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you for taking my comment tonight. You guys doing all right up there?
Yes,
Getting a little beat
thank
up,
you.
huh? Got everything from Marines to pastors to ex-wives out here. Quick background about myself. My name is Chris Snyder. My educational and professional background are in organizational leadership and project management. I spent 5 years active duty Marine Corps, serving as a lead supervisor of a combat aircraft maintenance and repair crew. Since then, I've spent roughly the last 10 years working in defense contracting in varying capacities and roles throughout those projects. Recent events at your meetings and public comments at your last meeting have brought me here tonight, specifically the nature of the comments made towards Mr. Irvin and his position. The individuals who made those comments are certainly entitled to their opinions and feelings, but I'd like to provide some balance, given that he is presumably the one on the hot seat tonight for discipline and dismissal. I don't know Mr. Irvin personally, nor have I ever spoken with him, but I do know some of the facts of the situation. No data or evidence was provided to support the claims made in last meeting's public comments. Mr. Irvin has served successfully in diverse socioeconomic districts ranging in size from 3,500 to 30,000 students. Mr. Irvin was hired during one of the most disorganized and stressful periods of time in the field of education, the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Irvin has only been in his position for roughly 4 months, only a few weeks of which have been school days. Most high-profile professional employees are given clear and concise goals, collaborated with by peers and leadership, and provided semi-annual and annual reviews. It takes time to build and establish trust and relationships and networks in a district as large and complex as this one. While I'm aware there's the possibility of other issues and facts that haven't been disclosed to the public about Mr. Irvin's time in his position, given the facts I've just listed, if and indeed Mr. Irvin is on the hot seat tonight, I find that completely unreasonable and unfair. I don't know if Mr. Irvin brings precisely what this district needs at this time, or if he's capable of meeting fair and reasonable goals, no offense. But quite frankly, neither do any of you, nor anyone else in this district, as it is just too early and too unreasonable to pass such a heavy judgment. That being said, excuse me, I'd like to ask you some questions that I hope you will take to heart before you cast any votes for or against Mr. Irvin. These questions are asked from the perspective of leadership, given my background. It's a bit of a list, it's 10 items, but bear with me, they're important questions. Number one, as your district and Mr. Irvin's leaders, have you given an honest effort in giving Mr. Irvin the proper guidance, support, collaboration, and patience necessary for him to carry out his duties and responsibilities? Before judging his job and actions, judge yours first, and ensure that you are properly aligned with your district's values and ethics. Number two, do you believe he's been given clear and concise and reasonably achievable goals and timeframes within which to achieve them? Number three, have you and the employees of this district been open-minded and willing to hear his thoughts on change within the district? Number four, are you perhaps opposing Mr. Irvin for selfish reasons such as political or personal gain? Number five, has Mr. Irvin done anything legally punishable, or has he perhaps just stepped on some toes? And have you given an honest evaluation of each of those situations? Number six, could disciplining or terminating Mr. Irvin at this time in his tenure damage public trust in your ability to govern? Number seven, could any actions against Mr. Irvin make you appear impulsive and unstable as a governing body? Number eight, what would any action for or against Mr. Irvin do to morale within the staff in your district? Number nine, from a leadership perspective, what message does any action for or against Mr. Irvin send to the rest of the staff in your district, given the facts presented? And lastly, what impact would removing such high-level leadership in the middle of a school year during a pandemic have on your district as a whole? In closing, please consider these questions carefully, responsibly, and with fairness towards all parties involved. If you cannot work cohesively and fairly with one another, how can you expect any of the individuals you lead in your district to do so either? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Trish Lindsay.
Hello. My name is Trish Lindsay, and I am a retired teacher from San Bernardino City Unified School District. I was here for 9 years. I have 30 years background in education, and I first met Doc 21 years ago. He was my vice principal at Fontana High School. I was the English department chair. We have remained good friends over the years, constantly focused on kids and what's good for kids. So I'm here to support him. I think he's the best choice you could possibly have for this district. I urged him to apply when he was first thinking about it. I believe with all my heart that he's what you need. Let's see. I'm going to talk a little bit about the district first, since I do have firsthand experience. I worked as a district office administrator here in San Bernardino. I was also an AAIAC, which is sort of a vice principal focused on academics. In other positions, I taught. I was also a consultant for an outside company. So I've been all around the state of California and into a few other states, visiting schools, talking about student achievement, talking about lessons, looking for best practices, that sort of thing, as well as what I did here. But in San Bernardino, while I was here, I do want to say there was a consistent effort to create a culture of student achievement. However, that was not the resulting culture that I ever experienced. Many new policies were implemented, but the highest levels of leadership did not noticeably support implementation. I'm talking director level and above. They didn't have time. They didn't allow sufficient time for changes to become successful. This district as a culture, as a people, as a united body is very resistant to change, no matter what it is. And they didn't regularly visit school sites or classrooms or effectively address problematic employees. The culture that I observed was focused on maintaining the status quo and keeping everyone happy. Good teachers, counselors, support staff, and administrators, and there's plenty of them, worked really hard to foster student learning and improvement. But the mediocre teachers, or worse, have low expectations for themselves and their students, they're inflexible, and they complain incessantly. When they refuse to participate in new policies and procedures or changes, there are no consequences. And because there are no consequences, their behavior continues. Doc believes in consequences. And the kids are losing out because people will not do what has been proven with data to work to impact student achievement positively. It's very frustrating. The mediocre teachers also promote a sense of us against them. You get into a conversation in a workroom and it's all about them. And they're talking about the district office and what them does to them and how them doesn't care about them and them doesn't care about the kids. And they go on and on and on and on. And it's just a constant running conversation that does nothing to promote any achievement or any positivity. They constantly pit the teachers against that. I mean, they go out of their way to create this atmosphere. There's current data that was there when I retired and while I was as an employee of the district. It still shows chronic absenteeism and poor attendance throughout the district. These are ongoing issues that have been here what feels like forever. And the fulfillment of A through G requirements, especially for Hispanic students, is really minimal. And it's really sad for all students. I mean, I feel in my heart, I hope you understand that I'm sincere, that education is about the kids. And it's not focused on the kids now. There's attempts to do that, but that's not what's happening. And I'm speaking, like I said, as someone who was at the site and at the district office. Now I want to talk a little bit about Doc. His biggest character, what do I want to say, positive character trait for me is his love of the students, his care of the students and their achievement and how they do and what happens to them when they graduate and are they prepared? Do they have everything they need to go out and be successful? Can they choose to go to a college? Can they choose to go into a trade? Can they choose to get a job right away and be successful in any of those things? He wants them all prepared for that. He sincerely cares about them. He believes it's vital to have administrators, including the superintendent, engage in site visits and classroom walkthroughs so he can understand the needs of the district.
Time.
I'm going to finish this sentence. This district, the employees don't want anybody in the classroom. I don't want a surgeon who doesn't want anybody in his operating room, and I certainly don't want anybody teaching my kids that won't allow anyone in the classroom. And I'm not going to go any further than to say, you need Doc here. You really need him, but the students need him even more.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Monroe Mabon.
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Board, my fellow citizens. I appear before you this evening, first and foremost, as a citizen, taxpayer, a proud parent of 5 successful adult children who have matriculated through public school and are professionals in their own right, was very much concerned with their education and the quality of their education and the leadership of those who were educating our children. The proud grandparent of 12 grandchildren, 10 of whom have yet to matriculate completely through elementary, middle, high school, college, and university. So I have a great interest in how the school board function and perform and conduct itself. Professionally, I've lived a life of service. As a United States Army combat veteran during the Vietnam War, as a retired police commanding officer, the Los Angeles Police Department, to serve as the Los Angeles City Council and Judicial Liaisons Officer, and as a former Judge Pro Tem of the former Los Angeles Municipal Court, to go on in my legal career in state service, to retire in 2014 as the Senior Supervising Attorney for the State of California Office of Legal Affairs, Southern California Region. My job and responsibility was to provide legal advice to department heads, and most of all, to give them guidance in the area of employment law and wrongful termination. I admonish you this evening that every public official has a fiduciary obligation to exercise due process, be it substantive or procedural. I ask you this evening to forego the actions of September 21st and the vote this evening. I say to you, let not the new normal of the San Bernardino City Unified School District become the new Jim Crow. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Esmeralda Negrete.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Irvin, I think you're doing a wonderful job. And to see that you're in the agenda, I guarantee you it's because you're for the kids and not for the contracts. That's the best difference. I remember a few years ago, there was a meeting with ICUC, COPE, Joseph Williams, and in this meeting, I was the only one that was not affiliated to any of the organizations. And out of that meeting, what came out was, please tell them not to bring her back anymore, because that meeting was relayed to, I believe, was it you, Barbara, or somebody called Del Marston? And so what came of that was they were going to send a letter to Del Marston to pretty much not renew his contract. It was, I believe it was at a year or 2 years. And of course, what did Marston do? Well, continue to hand over contracts over and over and over, right? No accountability, no nothing, just like what we see happening in the city council. So to see that after 3 months, when just 3 months ago, they all said, you know what, you're the best candidate. 3 months later, they want to get rid of you? Give me a break. Because you know what? All of you are going to up, sooner or later, you're going to be up again, trying to get back up here. And we're going to see right through that. So to see that you are for our children, thank you so much. God help you if you get rid of this man.
Thank you. And our last speaker in public, and then we will go to our virtual, is Isaac Perez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good evening.
All right. My name is Isaac Perez, and I grew up in the San Bernardino School District, all the way from Arroyo Valley, or Arroyo Vista Elementary, all the way to Arroyo Valley High School. All right. While in this system, I have experienced firsthand and witnessed over and over how our system has failed the black and brown children. I think that it is time for someone who can actually take action and change for these issues that our community continues to suffer. And I do think that that person is Doc Irvin. We cannot continue to turn a blind eye to our failing system. Our superintendent has demonstrated leadership skills that give me and a lot of other people hope that our educational system can change for the better. Education is the most powerful tool that we can give our children in our community. So I ask the members, will you allow for our system to continue to underachieve? I am asking all of the school board members to remember that you have been appointed by the people and for the people, to decide in the best interests, and most importantly, what's best for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now go to our virtual speakers. And our first virtual speaker is Dwight Bonds. Are you on the line? Yes. Is he on mute or is he able to hear? Oh, hello.
Not able to unmute myself there for a second. Here we go.
We can hear you now.
You hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I'm reading this letter on behalf of the Executive Director, Dwight Bonds, for CASA. The California Association of African American Superintendents and Administrators, CASA, with hundreds of members throughout California, is writing this letter in support of Superintendent Harry Doc Irvin. In light of recent reports, we're hearing about the unusual treatment regarding your evaluation process. For as long as we've known Doc Irvin, we've observed him to be well-versed on issues of fairness, equity, inclusion, and diversity, while at the same time knowledgeable about the methods and programs needed to improve student performance in light of careful analysis of school and district data. Our organization advocates for due process, fairness, and consistency in treatment of superintendents and administrators who are constantly under the microscope because of their position. We are also aware that some school boards have not afforded superintendents of color adequate consideration, support, and time to demonstrate competency. To our knowledge, your board requested that Doc engage in listening tours with various stakeholders at the beginning of his tenure. He has begun that process and has factored many of his observations into plans to improve individual school performance and stakeholder relations. Nevertheless, we are concerned that the board has not given Doc enough time to implement his plans. His tenure is barely 3 months old, and the academic year is just a few weeks old. Therefore, it's difficult to understand how any evaluation of his performance could be an accurate assessment of his work. We are certain that his performance as a superintendent of Bakersfield City School District was a major factor in your board's choice to hire him out of a pool of qualified applicants. As a result, the faculty, staff, students, and community members were distraught at the notice of his leaving the Bakersfield City School District superintendent position, where he served for 5 years. As with that Bakersfield position, he left the Greenfield, California superintendent's position with a track record of success, fairness, and reputation for integrity. Nothing in his background indicates that his performance as the San Bernardino superintendent would be anything less. As an organization with educators in various school districts and affiliations with past and present school board members, CASA has the following questions. Did the governing body provide an opportunity and reasonable time to respond to any concerns? Has the governing body considered the research around the discriminatory practice of early release of African American males as a response to a small group concerns of arrogance and observations of conceit, where white men are considered confident and direct leaders for exhibiting the same behavior? While we recognize and respect the decision-making power of the board, there is an ethical responsibility to ensure adequate time has been afforded every employee to demonstrate competency in a position. We also recognize that given the small number of African American male superintendents and educators across the country, the current attention being given to the issues of equity in education, and especially the uneven levels of support afforded African Americans in education, frivolous and undocumented accusations against Doc would send an unpopular signal to superintendents, administrators, educators, community stakeholders, and the public at large. We are hopeful that this issue of Doc Irvin's performance will be addressed with appropriate consideration, be given to the facts, levels of support, reasonableness, and timeliness for corrections. Sincerely, Dwight Bonds of CASA, the California Association of African American Superintendents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bethany Bachman. Bethany Bachman. Are you on the line? No? Okay, I'll come back. Is there a Frank Cook on the line?
Excuse me, the host disabled unmuting. I was trying to unmute.
Oh,
This
okay.
is Bethany
My
Bachman.
apologies. We can hear you now. Bethany?
All right. Thank you for your time. Good evening, distinguished guests, board members. Doc, it's good to see you. I miss you terribly. My name is Bethany Bachman, and I am a parent from BCSD. And I have heard our district been thrown around in this various meeting by various people this evening in all good context. And let me give you a backstory. Doc came to our district 5 years ago, and I've been in this district for 11 years. So I had a good amount of time before Doc had got there. In education, rumors fly. So of course, when a new superintendent was hired, Ruben Mill's gonna go. And I heard it all. That he did, an abysmal job, that he was untrustworthy. And in all of my years, I'd always been taught by my father to form my own opinion, to judge a man and a woman and anyone on the merits they present to themselves in the time that you were given. And let me say, when Doc left us at June, I was moved to tears. I was asked to speak on behalf of the Superintendent Parent Advisory Committee, and it was my pleasure to say words about Doc, because nothing could be further from the truth of the rumors that I heard when he first came to our district. His mantra of always doing what's in the best interest of kids speaks louder than anything I've ever heard in the educational world. Now, does that make him sometime the unpopular candidate? Of course, because us as adults naturally want to put ourselves first. It's a me first attitude, unfortunately. But we're in an education system where we need to put the best foot forward for students. Doc always asked me what my why was. My why is my kids, but it didn't stop at my kids. It started with other kids, with other students on my district and other students in my school. And Doc saw that and flourished that. Another of his sayings that has always left me, and Doc, you'll happy to know that it's still continuing, is to stay at the highest level of excellence. Never compromise yourself. Because once you start compromising yourself, others see that and start to second guess your decisions and what you're doing. And from the sounds of it, it seems like there are board members on this board that are not holding themselves at the highest level of excellence. Now, I may not be well versed on exactly what's going on, but let me tell you, when there were parents that had something to say, Doc was all ears. Call, text, email, stop by his office. There wasn't a parent, no matter what their skin color, white, black, brown, Filipino, it didn't matter. He was there for everyone. And it's really disheartening to hear some of the things that were said on his behalf at the last board member meeting, but it's so rejoicing to hear for the last almost 2 hours, person after person after person speaking to Doc's character. And I am not a voice singular in this opinion. We are a district of 30,000, so give or take 60,000 parents and caregivers. I could have flooded these halls with both in-person and on voice chat of parents that would echo my same sentiments about Doc Irvin. He was always there for parents. He was always there for students. He created the Superintendent Parent Advisory Committee. He ensured that we created a district African American and parent committee. He's always been there. He will continue to always be there. And it was sad to see him go. And we hoped him the best in his new home at San Bernardino City School District. And unfortunately, it seems like he's getting the shaft. And I sit in a position of privilege of not really caring about any of your feelings. But just know that if you do decide to vote on kicking him out of his position, it speaks volumes of your personal character. I was very moved by the sentiments of character earlier by Mrs. Hill. It touched on a basis of what we need more now in our community, in our world as a whole. And Doc has always been there at the highest of character traits. And I hope that you can take my words, and if there are anyone that would like to speak further on the matter, Doc can give you my phone number. I'm easily accessible through our district. I am just a parent, but I speak with many, and there was one parent that wanted me to convey her sentiments. It's gracias por su apoyo de todos los niños. And that's from Cassandra Slane, who couldn't be here tonight. And just please reflect on your own personal character, on what message you are sending to your community and your students. Would you test the student 3 months after school started on a subject that they weren't given time to properly?
Time.
Thank you very much for your sentiments. Doc, Earth, Wind, and Fire, baby. I got you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Frank Cook, and there may be just a small delay. IT is working diligently back there.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Cook?
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, we all know why we're here. As a member of the community, I am speaking in reference to the superintendent, Mr. Doc Irvin. Doc Irvin he's a good man. He's a man of honesty, integrity, and divine by nature. Why anyone would want to maliciously destroy him is beyond words. I need not call out any names because consciously, you know who you are. I've certainly had the honor of knowing and following Mr. Irvin's career for nearly 20 years and stand behind him as an outstanding individual with great personality. Being a superintendent for 3 different districts is not an easy task. Let me repeat that. Being a superintendent for 3 different districts is not an easy task. For the people on this board, stop for a minute and just think, then close your eyes again and think some more about the hard work, responsibility, and dedication and commitment he has taken on as a leader for the school district. Instead of conspiring to vote him out, why not strive to help him achieve the goal and objective of being a successful leader for the district? After all, he does well. After all, if he does well, you as board members also prosper from it. I say to the people on the board who are trying to destroy Mr. Irving, for who knows why, be careful for what you say and do, because your actions do affect other people. People that criticize others are usually the same people that don't remember the price you paid to get where you are today. The best respect you can provide to anyone is actually listen to what they have to say. You're not on your jobs to like one another, but as board members, you should always practice diligence. Anyone conspiring maliciously against him has let the school district down and is a complete embarrassment for the board. There's not one single person on this board that Mr. Irvin has tried to get rid of. So why try to get rid of him? For those members seeking another term, I suggest that you change your ways morally and ethically. Otherwise, you will not get my support, and I will encourage others to follow suit. My final words to this board is to ethically cease this disturbing animosity, work together as a solid board panel, and embrace Mr. Irvin leadership with unconditional support. The superintendent hasn't had the proper time nor support to have a major impact for this district. It's only been nearly 6 months. Let's give him a chance to uplift this community. And I say shame on you. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. He deserves support. He deserves better support, supportive colleagues. Mr. Tillman, I encourage you to respect your former board member. There's no reason for outlandish words. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Jurgen B. Smith, and I hope I am pronouncing Jurgen B. Smith.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. In November 2010, I was elected to the Greenfield School Board. In January, we had our budget report and discovered that we had some serious budget issues, violating educational laws. We hired Doc Irvin, and this is what he did in our school district. And I'd like to remind everybody that every school district is different and it's unique. He created job descriptions and had the employees sign them. Doc held them accountable. You work, you get paid. If you don't perform your duties, seek joy elsewhere. He also operates under the golden rule. Treat your employees how you want to be treated, okay? Back to the budget. The overall pie, in that pie is salary. Doc reduced it overall from 85% to 74%, increasing educational spending 11%, which was from 15 to 26%. All of a sudden, we have classroom supplies. Teachers are not buying supplies out of their own pocket. Doc and his accountant found so much extra money that was flowing in the wrong direction. We were able to hire 180 additional support/teachers under the same budget. We were also able to raise the pay salary for teachers and support staff by 20%. A 30-year teacher that was maxing out at $94,000 was then moved to $123,000 because they are professional educators. They're not providing daycare. They're professional educators, and they deserved to be paid for the work they do. I became the president. Doc educated me and the board members. Doc also encouraged us to attend the Masters of Governance program. Majority would say, what the heck is that? That is an educational program provided by Sacramento, how to properly spend our children's educational money. United, that's the board and Doc, united, we were successful. We raised a $20 million bond. Then Doc and the board found $4 million of spending that need to be redirected. With the $24 million, we built a $30 million school in 12 months. It was on budget, on time, and passed all of Sacramento's inspection. When you meet those three requirements, you actually get a 50% refund. And that came to $12 million. It takes money to make money. At a second school, we all of a sudden had $4 million. We built a parking lot, a library, an administration building, and a community hall. On the $4 million project, it actually only cost us $1.5 million. With the $2.5 million that was left over, Doc has been gone for over 7 years, and we just finished one of his long goal projects, 6 classrooms. And in November, we are starting to build a new cafeteria. It takes money also to save money. Doc Irvin is a Marine. Once a Marine, always a Marine. Doc has a unique supervising management style. If you are in charge, take charge. If you are used to always having it your way and there's a change, then Doc might rub you the wrong way. There are a lot of employees that are burned out and they're just stuck because there has been no progress. Doc is able to energize those employees. Doc is also good in following the orders of the board instructions. If the board instructs him and tells him to jump, he will ask how high. He will not go rogue and always keep the board informed. He will never let you down. He will ensure that the board succeeds in the mission of educating our children and making their dreams come true. Let Doc help you educate the board, employees, and the parents. He has always been with you for 6 months. Give him a chance. Let him do his job in magic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roberto Salinas.
Thank you, Madam President.
Hello.
You know, I've sat and listened to many distinguished speakers tonight, and I hope not to be too repetitive about all the things, but I do want to state my support for the superintendent, Dr. Irvin. You know, in my 30 plus years of education, I'm a former superintendent, you know, and my search firm was hired by, in fact, Jurgen Smith and the Greenfield board to find their new superintendent. And at the time, you know, we settled on this raw product coming out of Los Angeles, wondering, why are you coming out of Los Angeles into the rural community of Greenfield, which was field workers primarily. But he wanted to learn. And so the board decided that there wasn't much that they could do individually to help him. So they hired me to be his coach. And for 3 years, we spent time, you know, working on the different things that he needed to work on to get to where he was going to go and where he is right now. You know, ironically, those items that were disparaging in the last board meeting that you held were some of the key things that we worked on with him. You know, I spent a lot of time just saying to him, Doc, we got to go back to the basics. And that includes, you've got to get in the classrooms, because you can't tell me that you'll know what's going on in the classroom if you've not been there. And so he spent a lot of time in there. I said, but, you know, once you're in there, it's nice for you to show your face, but you've got to interact with people. You got to interact with staff, got to interact with, you know, the children. You've got to be a community member also, spend time in there. And so he did. He spent as much time as he could within that, you know, and now they're saying that he spends too much time. I don't understand what too much time is when you're out there trying to make sure that you understand what's going on and what you need to do to fix the things in the district itself. You know, I know we've spent a lot of time together, and when Bakersfield opened up, you know, I called him. I said, you know, I think you're ready to go up now. You know, 3,500 students is great. You've done a great job there, but it's moving on time. And of course, he didn't think he was a candidate for Bakersfield, but he wound up getting it. And the board there was very surprised when he came in and interviewed. They asked him, where have you been hiding? You know, and so when San Bernardino opened up, who gets the first call? I got the first call. This is, what do you think? Should I try this? And I said, you know, you've always wanted to go back home, because he is from that area over there, Beaumont, or somewhere in that area. And so we spent time going through different things. What would the board ask? What would go in, preparing him for the interviews and stuff, and knowing quite well that he had the skill level to get it done. And, you know, and now to listen to what someone called an orchestrated attempt to disparage him, and I would have to agree with him, you know, it's kind of more laughable than anything else, because, you know, this is Doc, and we all know that Doc, his whole thing is about staying the course. You know, he understands that everything you do is for kids. And of course, it takes different plans and different things to do to get there at that point. So, you know, Board of Education, my recommendation to you is take a step back and take a look at really what's happening, what you really hired. You hired one of the better administrators out there. And, you know, you can't go from 3,500 to 35,000 to your district of 60,000 without the knowledge and skill base to move forward in that. And I'd like to thank you for your time. And Doc, you know, stay the course. We'll be there again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Garcia.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, don't mind the background. I'm in my car. So what I'd like to say is thank you, board, for allowing the public comments. Doc Irvin, I just want to applaud you and thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart for the person that you are. Because as I've told quite a few, you are the first superintendent who has been before me, who actually acknowledged me as a person, as a mom. I am a product of San Bernardino Unified School District, which oftentimes I don't like to admit to, because the board and the district, much like the city of San Bernardino, has always been very political and had a political personal agendas about me first. I've worked in our community, I've done community service, I've served our community, I've met all kinds of leadership. No leadership other than Dr. Margaret Hill and our president, Gwen Rogers, has ever been more personal, extended their personal phone number, asked personally what I thought about the district, what I thought about the schools, what I thought about my children's education, the equality, the equity, other than you. So I applaud you. I've spoken with one other board member, and came back to the realization that those that sit before you, other than the couple, maybe two, maybe three, don't even enter our schools, don't enter our neighborhoods. They sit on the board, they hear what they say, our parents communicating to them about the inequity, the unfairness about school, about education, but they don't even know our environment. They don't walk the streets. They don't know what challenges our kids are facing. My kids are biracial, much like yours. I'm Puerto Rican. My husband is Black. And now that they are in high school, they are seeing much more of the discrimination, the systemic racism, and questioning it. They have teachers in their classroom who don't even belong to our community, so they cannot relate to the challenges that our kids are facing, what their peers are facing. And there is no excellence. There is no hope. When the district came out with making hope happen, I honestly laughed, because there is very far and few times where hope actually happens for our students, for our kids. And when I met you in person at the hospital, you were so humble. You were so focused on your vision, and your vision was focused on the student, not your personal agenda, but what you can do to better serve our students. And that wowed me, that floored me, because I've never, other than, again, Dr. Hill or President Rogers, heard anyone be so adamant about our children's education and the equality, the equity that all of our children need, except for you. So I am truly in support of you. And if the board should choose to release you, I say it would be their most epic fail ever. I would never have been more ashamed of the board that sits beside you than at that moment, because them releasing you is their failure to lead, their failure to support the man that they unanimously voted to be a part of our school district, to raise and provide equity and equality to all of our children. So shame on all of you, shame on those few that sit before you who do not support you, who are against you for flawed reasoning, for injustice, because they are the ones that too do not hold themselves accountable to our students. Everything has always been a personal agenda, a personal me mission in the city of San Bernardino and the City Unified School District. And it was not until I became a mother and put my children in this school district that I've started advocating and started trying to reinforce to my children, to my godchildren that have gone through this district, that no one can steal their education other than them, that their teachers are not allowed to belittle them, to not care because I care. So every school year, I make that honest effort to reach out to the teachers to let them know who my students are. And that if they've ever had any problems, that I am the parent that will speak up. I may not speak very much at board meetings because there is a lot of redundancy. There is a lot of me mission instead of what's in the best interest of the student. So again, Doc Irvin, I applaud you. I thank you for the time that you've been with us. And I really hope that we get to see your mission and your vision succeed and flourish in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Gordon.
Great. Hopefully, can you guys all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Madam President and members of the board, Kevin Gordon, and I know I have the pleasure of working with many of you. And in the many years I've been an advocate, I don't think I've ever stepped to the microphone in circumstances like these. I totally respect, having been at CSBA, the role of the board and the board majority to make decisions like this. And there are a lot of circumstances we can't all know. But what I can do is attest to, again, the first time I've ever done this, to the incredible working relationship on a legislative level that Doc Irvin has brought to the district. And I just felt compelled to share with you guys what I see behind the scenes, which is a mission that is constantly focused on kids, as many of the speakers before me have actually said in a more eloquent way. But he's really serious about it. He doesn't just say it as words, he really means it. But more manifest in his legislative approach, which is different for the district than I've seen in any of the districts we've ever represented. And that is an incredibly robust level of engagement. And for the first time, a level of engagement that says that the district insists on making sure that as we do our advocacy, we do it in partnership with our labor partners across the district. So we meet every single week, which again is pretty unprecedented, on legislative strategy, where we talk about what the interests of the district is and the interests of our kids in the district. And again, everybody's at the table in terms of Doc's leadership at the cabinet level. And what that does is it gives us the ability to look across the district and every single seat at the cabinet table, and including the interests of our labor partners, to say, what is it that each of you are doing and trying to carry out in the interest of the district? And what can we do in Sacramento to leverage whatever power structure there is up there in favor of the district? And our most recent meeting was with Senator Connie Leyva, who joined a very robust discussion about the interests of the districts in a number of different ways that was very positive. I've just never seen this heightened level of engagement where on a weekly basis, they're plugging into what's going on in Sacramento. And I had heard, and maybe I'm not really sure, where this came from, but some of the criticism that had been levied, I think, in that past board meeting, I'm not even sure that the board, that any of those reasons have anything to do with what the board is doing or thinking about doing. But I know that one of the comments that was made, or some of the comments that were made, were about what some perceived as a lack of legislative activism. And I just felt compelled to make sure that you all knew that it is completely the opposite. It is a level of engagement that's really, truly remarkable. And in a lot of the comments that have been made quite eloquently, one of the things that you guys have succeeded in doing is unifying the entire community around a message regarding the opportunity to give Doc an opportunity to really show what he can do. And again, dynamic leaders who come in and are trying to be the honest brokers of change sometimes don't have the diplomacy, or sometimes might break a few eggs on their way to getting the job done. And if you just wanted a rubber stamp, I know that board majority that put Doc in wouldn't have accepted that kind of an approach. So at the end of the day, we know what sort of the lessons are that we learn about governance. And that is that you guys started out as an entire unanimous vote on not just a person, but the vision that person represented. And then as early as the board meeting that I attended, where you took an exhaustive amount of time to really go into detail about what the vision of the district is, that you asked critical, great questions, you probed and challenged some of the assumptions, but at the end of the day, that vision needs to be your vision. And I was assuming it was. And when it doesn't become your vision, it is your job to talk about what that vision needs to be. And absent that kind of conversation, it's really hard for a superintendent to lead. One of the things that I trust and I hope for in knowing all of you is that despite what you might come to the board meeting thinking, or the comments that a man I respect enormously, Hardy Brown, who says the fix is in, I am hopeful that you will do what we see in the best of public governance. And that is take a step back, listen to everything that you've heard, and consider that in the context of what your next move is. And that is not a preordained decision that you had without listening to constituency. Thank you very much. And I, again, very much appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sherman R. Garnett.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
I'm Sherman Garnett. I am a public school educator of 46 years. 28 of those years I spent in San Bernardino County at the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, and also a former county board member and a current board member in a local district in San Bernardino County. I've known Doc Irvin for over 25 years. I first met him in the early 90s when he was a vice principal at Fontana High School. And I remember him being met through a mutual friend of mine. We sat and had a conversation, and he gave me his vision of education. And his vision of education was similar to mine. We started talking. We always maintained contact over the years. He said, Sherman, I like you because you're a straight shooter. You tell it what you, and I'm a straight shooter too. And so I would always talk to Doc and followed him. He had all the great qualities of being a great superintendent. Bilingual, working in a migrant community in Greenfield, working in the largest K-8 district in the state of California, in Bakersfield. And when Doc found out that he wanted to come to San Bernardino, he called me back in December. And we talked for 2.5, 3 hours one day. We kept constantly talking. He was trying to get a scouting report and what was best for the district. And I will always respected Doc because of the fact that he would always train other administrators at the CASA conferences, and we would talk all the time. And Doc's style was very clear and very simple. It's results now. High accountability, open access, like a book. And that's, like I said, we follow the same mantra. And as a leader, he's a risk taker. Successful leaders are risk takers. Many boards, however, aren't ready for that because change is scary. Do we do the same old, et cetera, et cetera. He hasn't had an opportunity to even prevail. He hasn't brought in his own team. He read any book on leadership or watch leadership in action, you'll notice and find that leaders get to bring their own team in, their own team, support that. That has not been the case in this district right now. He hasn't fired anybody either. He's had accountability issues, and unique to this time, everybody's dealing with COVID. And so I would say, please review what you're doing, because he and I have the same model: do what's best for kids, not what is best for adults. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ted Alejandre.
Thank you, Madam President Rogers, Superintendent Irving, and all other distinguished board members. First, I want to thank you for the strong support you've given your schools to safely reopen. I had the opportunity last month to visit a number of schools as part of our Williams responsibility and was very impressed with the incredible efforts of principals and especially teachers and all other staff in providing high quality learning to students in this in-person environment. And as you know, my very first visit was actually at Jones with Superintendent Irvin, as well as Governor Newsom and State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond. And we were in awe at what was taking place in the classes we visited. But what's great afterwards is the conversation we had where Superintendent Irwin had shared that similar types of instructional programs and efforts were going on across the district. And we were just amazed to hear that things were going so well in this first part of the school year, especially since we've been through this pandemic for so long. As far as our county, we're excited when Doc was selected to be the new superintendent, not just for San Bernardino City Unified, but for our county as well. But shortly after he was selected, I received a call from the county superintendent in Kern County, and she stated how fortunate we were to get Doc, as she saw how successful he was in her county. And since his arrival, it's been wonderful working with him on many occasions, as well as having key discussions on how we can work together to support all students in our largest district in the county. In addition to being focused on key content academics, his emphasis on social emotional learning and equity and access for all students is very impressive. Early on, we worked together to have Dr. Sharina Beathers, our Chief of Equity and Access for the county, collaborate with Doc on how we could support the needs of the district. Another key area involves keeping early literacy a priority, and Doc has provided solid support to our county's Cradle to Career roadmap, including our Vision to Read, and many other areas that San Bernardino City has done such an excellent job with, such as AVID and PBIS. His priority will enhance our efforts to continue to keep these areas strong throughout the county. We also discussed the commitment to regular collaboration to share best practices and strategies to best support students. As the superintendent of the largest district, he has many valuable experiences and successful strategies to share with other superintendents, and this helps our entire county utilize the resources to best meet the needs of all the students in all of our districts. We truly look forward to working with him in the future, and we'll always do our best in service to support you and the students in San Bernardino City Unified. So thank you so much for the time to speak. Have a wonderful evening and take care.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Barraza Lawrence. She in there? No? Okay. All right, and then I have a couple more. What has happened? These particular ones were in our regular public comments, and they are for actually our closed session item. So I will call Ian Franklin.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Distinguished board. My name is Ian Franklin. I am the founder, president of Project Fighting Chance. We are a social, emotional, mental wellness center for after-school programming for your youth, for the youth in this city. We have had the privilege of serving the youth for 21 years now. And we've had tremendous results, and we've had the privilege of being a CAPS after-school site for the last 5. And I'm in full appreciation of everything the board has entrusted in our organization, and we have done the very best to continue to improve. I come before you today in full support of the new superintendent. I think he was here 30 days. And upon request, he arrived at our center with President Gwen Rogers and Assistant Superintendent Rodriguez, and we appreciated that. I know he hit the ground running. I know he had a busy schedule, but I got a chance in that meeting to learn about his plan, also in how he was holding us accountable. He began to ask a lot of questions. And I began to see a man that was not only wondering where his resources was going, but wanted to know what his return on investment was going to be. And we at Project Fighting Chance welcomed that opportunity. We are going through a culture change. You know, I work with a dynamic team on my board. And I'm so appreciative of each and every member on our board because they're tremendous. And for a while, I thought I could do everything. And I've been put in my place quite a bit. And I understand culture change. Sometimes you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. But what we want the board to know is we appreciate being a valued member and a collaborative partner, and we hold ourselves accountable, responsible, and we're a program of integrity. And with that, after listening to the plan that this man had, I also understood it took time to develop. And in listening to everything that's going on, I understand that he hasn't had the time to implement this wonderful plan that I heard. And so I just want to, in closing, say that everything good takes time, everything has a process, and let this man do his job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mickey, you're
Our
in the
next
Tell me
speaker
what's going
is
on.
Terry
What the real deal
Boykins.
is.
It's a mess, and he is awful.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just going to give an example from my personal thing. So,
IT, can we mute the virtual speaker?
Dr. Rogers, distinguished board. My name is Terry Boykins, Executive Director, Project Fighting Chance. When we last came here, Doc Irvin, you had just gotten here, and we had just gotten back from winning the gold medal at the Junior Olympics. And there was excitement by this board because one of your own, a student in this district, had become the best in the United States in the sport of boxing, led by Mr. Ian Franklin, one of the greatest amateur boxing coaches in this country. So good to the point where he will next be preparing Olympic athletes to represent this country in the 2024 Olympics from San Bernardino, California. And so I asked the question, how temporary is your temporary? Because when we came back, a young man who struggled in school became the best in his sport in the United States. And he was on a high. And he had the opportunity to come back as a young black boy in the school district and saw a black man take the top position in San Bernardino City Unified School District. I can tell you, when we met with parents at Project Fighting Chance, and we met with our staff and hired new staff, because Doc Irvin, Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Rogers came to us, and they said, basically, what do you do, and how does it benefit our students? And we knew we had to step our game because I know Mama Kim McComas said that, you know what, it was about accountability. No one had ever been over to us to see what we were doing. But he came in less than 30 days, and we had to up our game. And when you are the best amateur boxing organization in the United States of America, you have to realize we had just gotten back from Lubbock, Texas. We are now preparing to go to Shreveport, Louisiana, to defend our national title, to represent San Bernardino, California. And what more joy can you get than a black boy that can actually look at somebody that looks like him, that can achieve success and come back? And I can tell you the message that we would send, that, you know what, you are just temporary. You really don't matter. Whatever you've done to achieve, Doc Irvin is one of Inland Empire's own. And if we send that message that we can just get rid of you, it is the wrong message that we are sending to our students across this district and this Inland Empire. These are individuals who have changed their course because of Doc Irvin has basically seen what we can do from accountability and a responsibility
that is absolutely second to none. It surpasses any of the trophies, the medals, the belts that have been brought back to this city from Project Fighting Chance, from around the United States of America. You all have to understand, we are the best in the United States of America. But it's not just that. As our board, Pastor Simmons mentioned, our founder and our president, we are focusing on the mental well-being. We've just basically started a 16-week civil liberties, working with the public defender. The district attorney is coming out personally to do a series just talking about boys of color and what has to happen in their civil liberties. We follow that up with Interim Chief Green to talk about what exactly needs to happen with boys of color when they interact with law enforcement on these streets. And you know why we upped our game? Doc Irvin says, what do you do and how does it benefit our students? And board, I will ask you to reconsider your recall of this man. And I have to ask you, how temporary is your temporary? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final public speaker, do I have, I'm sorry, I'm going to call Belen Perez, correct, if I'm reading this?
No, she says there's one more after that.
You have something to do?
Hi, good evening. I had a lot written down, but we're not going to go based on that anymore. I just want to say a couple things. Dr. Irvin, I grew up in San Bernardino. I just graduated last year, class of 21, from Arroyo Valley High School. I've grown up in the district. I've been a part of the district ever since, I was a kid. And something I always told my kids in JRTC, I call them my kids even though I'm a kid, but something I always told them was, whether you're doing something right or wrong, they're never going to be satisfied. You're doing everything right, but they're not going to be satisfied with that. If you're doing something wrong, they're also not going to be satisfied with that. So you keep going. You have all our support. Everyone who's come up is on your side. So I support you all the way. And it's such a shame that we are wasting, because this is wasting. We're wasting our time. Instead of helping this district, we're wasting our time with stuff like this that is so unnecessary. And, it's a shame, really. It's so disappointing. All right, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we're calling on a virtual speaker that I called earlier. Is it Michelle Barraza Lawrence? Hello, and are you on mute?
I have unmuted now. Thank you.
I can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize for the earlier technology issues. As I said, I'm Michelle Barraza Lawrence. I'm a Latina. I was born and raised in California and grew up in Southern California. I have been a public school educator for more than 45 years, but for the last 10 years, I have been working with school boards up and down the state of California with their superintendents through their goal setting process and through their formal evaluations. That's when I met Doc. I was asked to come into Greenfield, work with their school board through the evaluation process. And then I was also asked to go into Bakersfield and do the same thing. So I have seen every single written evaluation as Doc's superintendent's evaluation. I can say without hesitancy that all those evaluations were very positive and supportive of the work that he's done. So I want to refute anything that has been previously said in other meetings. And while I won't belabor this evening because so many good things have said about him, justifiably and deserved, I want to make it very clear that every single board member who worked with Doc previously to coming to San Bernardino gave him nothing but positive reinforcement in the work that he was doing. They appreciated his work and his efforts with kids, his honesty, his integrity, and his complete commitment to all kids at the highest level of excellence. And you'll hear him say that repeatedly. I have been to his schools. I have walked those grounds with him. I have been to parent meetings when more than 1,000 parents in Bakersfield would show up just to hear and participate in the process of improving the school system. Because I have worked with boards, I know what good board process looks like, and I have seen some excellent governance throughout the state of California. Regrettably, I think your board needs to work more toward that end than they previously are. As an example, I find it incredibly disconcerting that you are discussing discipline and dismissal with a superintendent before you have ever set up his goals and objectives or discussed his evaluation criteria. This is blatantly wrong as a school board. It puts you in a very precarious position. You have violated his contract, opened yourself up for liability. I really hope that when you go into closed session tonight, that you will consider all the comments that have been made tonight that are exemplary about this superintendent that you have hired. But more importantly, that you recognize that he is working in the best interest of students so that you can avoid these legal litigations and potential recall for those of you who are misguided in what you are seeing as the superintendent. Thank you for your time. I wish I could say much more, but I think everybody tonight has been equally praising of what this man has done in his career. Tony Thurman, the state superintendent, I've spoken to him. He praises Doc as well as the governor. So this is no slouch that you've got. He is a great educator, and I'm sorry to see that you have dismissed him in such a way. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. All right, at this time, those are all of our comments, and we are now going to move to 3.2, adjourn to closed session. Thank you. It doesn't matter. Yeah, you can. Okay. And so I'm just, oops. It's here, it's here. I don't know to make it stiff. Oh. Look. Okay, we are now back from closed session. We'll move to 4.1, approval of middle school vice principal appointment HR. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employees: Williams Cassandra, middle school vice principal, Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
Move.
It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? If not, let's vote. Thank you. Motion carried. 4.2, approval of coordinator, special education, transition services appointment, human resources. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employees: Stewart Jana, I'm hoping I'm saying that right, coordinator of special education, transition services, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
So moved.
It's been moved and second. If there's no discussion, let's vote. Dr. Flores, that's okay. We'll make it.
Oh, we have to,
We'll make it green. There
have
we
we
go.
voted?
I did. I think everybody did. Yeah, on that one we did.
Did I vote? Okay.
Yes, you did. It came through. Motion carried.
I just wanted to congratulate Cassandra Williams.
I wanted to find out if either of them are here tonight.
Oh.
I'm not sure. Is either of our appointments? I don't think so. They were earlier. Okay, Dr. Flores, they're not.
On behalf of the board and cabinet, to congratulate Cassandra Williams. She's one of our own from San Bernardino, and we're very proud of you. And we know that you'll be very successful. And we just, I'm so happy that we're growing our own, and you're coming up the ranks. And so, congratulations.
Right. I am going, Ms. Cunningham, I'm going to have to ask you a quick question on the two that are not listed on here. They're not a number, but I'm going to read them out. The discipline, I can just read them out. I just needed to know since they're not. Okay, got it.
And that'll have everything, what you want to read there.
Okay, and then one more thing on these, there is no, I'm gonna just read this topic, and, because it doesn't say it be resolved.
You're just
Okay.
voting on those, so you can just.
All right, got it. We are now moving to 4.3, expulsion of students, positive youth development. The Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendations and finding of the hearing panel based on the review of the panel's finding and facts and recommendations, and orders the expulsion of the following students with the identification numbers as listed: 489387, 48900, 48900.7, 422410, 48915, 484297, and 48915. Board?
So moved.
It's been moved in second. Did you hear the second? All right, if there's no discussion, we can take the vote. Okay, that's unanimous on 4.3. Thank you, motion carried. 4.4, students recommended for expulsion but terminated in student assertive discipline due completion of youth court, availability of other means of correction, and/or due process errors. Positive youth development. The following students were recommended for expulsion, but expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and/or the availability of other means of correction in compliance with the Education Code, Section 48900. Therefore, although they are recommended for expulsion, the expulsion is not granted. Number 450943, number 48915, 418338, 48900, 48900.7.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? If not, we can go ahead and take the vote. Thank you. Motion carried. 4.5, students recommended for suspension or expulsion, excluding mandatory offenses, but remanded to youth court for other means of correction, positive youth development. The Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of facts of the Positive Youth Development Department and orders the suspension or expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board's rules and regulations and in compliance with Ed Code Section 48900. Number 449067, 48900, 48900, 471799, 48915, 407930, 48900, 460779, 48900, and 48900, and 418534, 48900, and 48915.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? If not, we can go ahead and take the vote. Motion carried. Thank you. 4.6, lift of expulsion of students, positive youth development. The Board of Education authorized the readmission of the following students with the identification numbers as indicated below to schools of the San Bernardino City Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulation and in compliance with the Education Code Section 48900, 331894, 48900, 48915.
So moved.
It's been moved and second. If there's, who?
Ganny, Tillman.
Then Mr. Tillman. Motion carried. Thank you. All right, we are now moving to our last two items, or three, I believe it is. Be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts the notice of recommendation for disciplinary actions and statement of changes to dismiss the following classified employees from his or her employment with the district. HR Class 21-22-06-ER 08-ER. And HR classified 21-2207-ER and HR class 21-2208-ER.
So moved.
It's been moved and second. Is there any discussion? If not, motion let's prepare to vote. All right, thank you. Motion carried. Moving on to public comments 5.0. We are now at 5.1, public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as board policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. At this time, we're still accepting comments via Zoom, and a registration form is required and available for 24 hours prior to all scheduled Board of Education meeting and close at 4:30 p.m. on the day of the meeting. In person, public comments will be taken first. Perhaps participants speaking via Zoom are reminded that any inappropriate language or images will forfeit their registration and they will immediately be removed from the meeting. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Our first speaker of tonight is Francisco Ramirez.
Good evening, board members,
Good
cabinet.
evening.
It's been a long night. I've been here hearing a lot of support for Dr. Irvine. I honestly did not know he was on the agenda until I got here. But regardless, I had a few ideas I wanted to share with the board, if possibility. One of the first things is I had a conversation with actually our chief of police, Paulino, a few months ago or weeks ago, and he shared about how the district has been doing a really good job in escalating violence in our school district. Unfortunately, we have social media, right? Who has Facebook? Does any of you guys have Facebook? Okay, so there's a few parents that have been really concerned about the violence that's been going on in our schools. I don't think we have a solution. I think we just say that we're doing things. I believe that we have a great superintendent, but he can't do it all. I think he has a great team, that surrounds him. And that should fall in our chief of police, finding solutions on what we could do as a community, as a district. Fontana Unified School District has a great program. It's called FLIP. I'm wondering if anybody's been aware of that program. That program has been really successful for our risk kids, 13 to 17. They have Saturday meetings because most parents work. Single parents work. We all have to work. So they accommodate the parents of families, and it's a 16-week program that they deal with at-risk kids. Most of our at-risk kids come from a single broken home. I'm not going to say all of them, but most of them do. They do need some guidance. They do need some leadership. As I was sitting down right in the back, I was hearing our students being called by numbers because it's confidentiality, I assume, and you guys can't label, say the names of the students. But I would like to have a program in place. I would like to mirror something what Fontana Unified School District is doing. And if not, something similar or something that we could be successful and be proud of, right? I think our mind has to shift. We got to be solution focused. Today I had solution focused. What I mean is, let's bring solutions to problems, right? Let's not bring problems to problems, right? Because we'll never be able to move forward as a district. I think our mantra as a district is making hope happen. I think before we make hope happen, we got to heal. There's a lot of healing we got to do. We got parents that have trauma. We have our professionals that have carried trauma every single day of their life. So we need a lot of things, but one of the things I like to be is, I just like to share ideas that we could do as a district. I think that's a great idea. I think the idea shouldn't fall in the doc's superintendents. It should be someone else. Someone bring a solution. Another thing I want to talk about today is we need to make our district strength-based. What is strength-based? Gallup Strength Finders has a great assessment that assesses individuals such as yourself, and it gives you your 5 top strengths. How I know that? Because of the department where I work, I've been so fortunate that they have implemented a strength-based culture and trying to shift the way we think, the way we work on strengths instead of working on our weaknesses. Let's not work on areas of improvement. Let's work on what we're good at and expose and continue to grow. I love the fact that Dr. Flores said that we actually promoted someone that was raised internal. That's the way it should be. You know, I feel, I heard the teachers' concerns, but also I heard parents' concerns in our last meeting. Our parents are concerned for a lot of things. One of those things is accountability. I think accountability is important. We cannot move forward without having accountable. And why I say that is I heard what we call Mama Kim from Akoma Unity saying, for years we got funding, but no one holds us accountable. And she stepped to the plate and be like, you know what? It's needed. We need to measure where our funding is going to. We cannot move without measuring. Because when I come from, everything has to be evidence-based. You want funding from the government, from the state, it has to be proven that it works. As I zoom and I close in, I'm on ditto Doc's words as I pose excellence in our district. I also see that too. And one of the things is I'm responsible also for my kids' education.
Time.
It's not just the teachers. It's my responsibility. My kid just is not performing well in math. He does not do his tables. He's in 3rd grade. And what I did is I went to Lakeshore and I brought a multiplication table because my job as a dad is to teach my kids the multiplication tables. I take that as my responsibility. When my kids are in school, they possess my character, my ways of thinking, my values, the way I think. I think that's accountability. But the last thing before I leave, because my time is up, is I just picked up this Lakeshore banner at Lakeshore, and it says, think before you speak. Is it true? Is it helpful? Is it inspiring? Is it necessary? Is it kind? I bought this banner so I could have a home as a reminder because I also have to be reminded of these things. I just wanted to share with everybody. It's actually a teacher credit resource. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. The next speaker is Linda Hart. Linda Hart here. Don't see her. All right, Linda Bardier.
Well, good evening, Board and Superintendent and Cabinet.
Nice to see you.
It's good to see all of you. I'm Linda Bardier, and this is the first time I've stood before you, not as an employee, but as the president of the Delta Row chapter of the National Sorority of Phi Delta Kappa. I want you to know that throughout this evening, I sat in the audience praying Romans 12:21 for all of you. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. And I trust and believe that my prayers have been answered and that something good is going to continue to come to the students of this school district under the leadership of Superintendent Irvin. I'm also here because I have good news to announce. The 11th Annual Educators Prayer Breakfast will be held this year on December 11th to honor excellence in education. We will have 3 outstanding recipients, and the honorees will include an honoree who has a stellar statewide reputation for innovation, partnership, inclusion, diversity, someone who leads with compassion and courage, who is wholeheartedly devoted to the students, parents, staff, and community. This honoree is to be commended for serving as a selfless servant to this community and for being committed to the highest level of educational excellence. So I am pleased tonight to announce that our very own Superintendent Irvin will be honored by the illustrious educators in Phi Delta Kappa Sorority Incorporated. He will be honored along with Riverside Unified School District Superintendent Renee Hill and our own homegrown superintendent of Duarte Unified School District, our good friend, Dr. Gordon Amerson. I'm sharing these details with you, not so that you can just save the date, but so that you can make a commitment to join our virtual celebration for excellence in education. I will be sending out further details so that you can be able to participate and join in on this virtual event. And also to thank you for taking the time to support the event, which funds scholarships for the students in this school district. I will continue to keep all of you in my prayers, and I know that God is working. Thank you.
Thank you, and good to see you. And it was a great event last year. All right, congratulations, Superintendent Irvin. Okay, our next speaker is Melissa Bustamante. Are you here, Melissa Bustamante? All right. And I also have Elizabeth Araya. Are you with us? All right. Those are all of our in-person public comments, and I believe we have some virtual. She will.
I have a few, I believe.
Okay.
All right, we'll start with Jimmy R. If you're available, please unmute.
Hello?
Good evening.
Hello, hello. Good evening. Thank you for having us on, Madam President Rogers, Superintendent Irwin, and all other distinguished board members. We have a few concerns that we would like to voice with you. First, the lack of communication that we have experienced from the district is disappointing, even more so during these difficult times. There is so much left to the imagination that staff are forced to speculate and create false narratives, thereby impacting their work environments and making it stressful and toxic. Why aren't any of our supervisors and directors walking us through these protocols and being available to answer questions and concerns? Second, the information during our last town hall presented one side of the research. Where is the other side? In the medical field, it is standard practice to have a second opinion, is it not? The district was irresponsible and negligent with all interested parties through that town hall, not answering questions thoroughly and presenting a limited lens. Thirdly, the vaccine mandates are coming for staff and students. If the district does not develop a plan now, it's vaccine or termination, then the already inundated, short-staffed school system will crumble with the staff that is willing to walk, thereby leaving students with some substitutes all year who aren't as invested and lack the proper skills that our teachers have. If the mandates continue, we need to know what the district's stance will be way in advance and not leave it to the last moment as you have shown. Going forward, we hope the district provides more clarity. So in that regard, will the district offer other options for testing and better communication around the process for testing? Will we be giving privacy, autonomy, take-home tests, or even saliva tests like other districts offer? And lastly, why is it that you are only testing the non-vaccinated people? The CDC, as well as Dr. Fauci, have already stated several times that the vaccinated people can spread the virus just as easily as the non-vaccinated people. The CDC director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, stated on July 30th, according to a report by the New York Times, high viral loads suggest an increased risk of transmission and raise concern that, unlike with other variants, vaccinated people infected with Delta can transmit the virus. With that being said, I leave you with this. Why does the school district feel the need to discriminate against its non-vaccinated employees when it comes to testing?
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Grace. Grace, if you're available, will you please unmute?
Good evening,
Good evening.
public servants and elected officials. I am Grace Beatty, Union Rep for Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy. I have lived in this community for 30 years, and this year marks my 22nd year in the district at DV. I am compelled to mention that last month was the first time a superintendent has visited my classroom, spoke to random students, and spoke to me as students worked. The attack launched against our superintendent at the last board meeting was shameful and quite disturbing. After only 3 months of service during a pandemic, a handful of self-entitled, SPED parents and other individuals have decided that our first African-American superintendent is not a good fit. What's sad is that they think that they are qualified to determine who's best to run this district because they have kids. I read his bio before he was confirmed, and I saw no accusations of this man ever misappropriating SPED funds or having inappropriate relations. Where were those voices when this board unanimously voted to allow an elementary charter on a middle school campus during a pandemic? Where was the outcry when they took our special education building and several classrooms from our most vulnerable population and gifted them to an elementary charter owned and operated by a board member's daughter? This charter received more than $500,000 of taxpayers' money, which fund our schools. Where were those self-righteous voices then? There were other accommodations available, empty schools, schools with multiple classrooms vacant, but this board targeted our school, Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy. Our students are suffering a catastrophic loss. Our SPED department is crammed into one classroom, but our students are the ones that are being deprived of privacy while testing. Pullouts are becoming a thing of the past. Where were those concerned SPED voices when we needed them most? I reiterate, where was the call for correcting mistakes then, even though this board admitted to their error? Space is limited because of this board's lofty decision to place an elementary charter on middle school campus during a pandemic. There are over 800 students on our campus. Yet this school board believed the report that claimed we had a little over 400 rather than waiting for the data to reveal the truth. You are responsible for the loss of resources to our students. 11 classrooms, 5 restrooms. I service more scholars in one day than attend that entire charter school. Savant has violated their contract multiple times. Elementary students are paraded through our campus daily. Traffic is horrific. Fire lanes are being violated daily, as the school has several pickups throughout the day. Parking is scarce and teachers are often prevented from leaving due to these violations. Oh, there is a failure here, but do not place it at the feet of a man that has only served for only 3 months during a pandemic. That would be ludicrous. The failure these individuals spoke of is systematic, and it must be placed at the feet of those board members that have served ineffectively for too long. Ineffective charter schools are running rampant throughout our district. They will be our downfall. You wonder where 2,000 missing students have gone? Well, it does not take a genius to surmise that they are attending charter schools, a beast of your own creation. I say this because most charters have been failing in our district for decades. They come here because there is no accountability. They are for-profit businesses, period. They bring nothing to the table. Last year, my colleague researched the state of charters in our district when she discovered you were giving away our SPED students' resources. And her research revealed that 12 out of 15 of these charters were performing in the lower level based on the dashboard data. Regarding performance, these schools are supposed to be equal to or above state schools to have their charters renewed, yet you continue to renew them. Why? It is evident that most charters in our district are failing, and that information must be made public so parents may make informed decisions as to where to place their children. Mr. Wyatt, you said you would follow up and create a committee to investigate the state of charters housed in SBCUSD. What did you learn? What, if anything, did your committee reveal? Did you make that information available to the public whom we serve? My colleagues went before this board to change our name to Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy. With that, board members had promised to support us. Well, the support has been taken away from our students once again. The one system that was purchased for us has a cost of more than $20,000 per year to support. We were promised class size reduction. As of now, we have 36 per class. I have had to add 4 additional desks and chairs to my classroom to accommodate students that live in this community. This board raves about the high school graduation rate, while they failed to mention that the majority of SBCUSD students failed to pass the entry exam at Valley Community College. Again, the failure in our district is systematic. It is not new. This board has failed to do what's best for students, our students. You claimed you made a mistake. I contend that you have made multiple mistakes because a person that has children's best interests at heart will set aside their own wants and needs and do what's right for kids. In closing, I met with the superintendent in a Zoom meeting he held for teachers that he serves, and I found him to be elegant, honest, and accessible. If all it takes is for 8 disgruntled parents to hire our first African-American superintendent, then we need an investigation into the actions of this board immediately. This board needs to be reined in. I echo the sentiments of Mr. Tillman. An investigation is warranted now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Luca. Luca, if you're available, please unmute. Okay, I'll move on. The next person is Jessica Garcia. Is he there? Okay, please hold. Okay, Luca, if you're there, unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Luca Kayakamanu. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a student in this district, and
And
well,
if
I'm
you
here
could
today.
speak up a little louder
I'm
into
sorry.
the mic, thank you.
Hi, my name is Luca Kayakamanu. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a student in this district. I'm here today to bring up the unfair treatment of performing arts students, including myself. As you know, indoor activities are not allowed because of circumstances presented by COVID-19. However, many indoor sports have been allowed to practice on campus as well as participate in games on and off of campus. Recently, I and my ensemble group were looking forward to going to a voice clinic, a place to further our skills, but it was quickly shut down due to the SBCUSD's policies against indoor activities. It's unfair that my friends who love to play sports get to do what they love most, yet performing arts students are held back. There are no canceling further plans for sports. Volleyball season is nearly over. You can't take back what they got to indulge in, but you can make me and others feel more supported by letting us pursue our interests like my fellow peers get to. As a senior, I want to I want to have just as many memories as everyone else. I want the year that everybody tells me to enjoy. As a performer, I want equal opportunity for all students, athletic or artistic. I want fellow performers to feel supported by their district, not like they're constantly battling against it. Let us perform, sing, play, and dance. Thank you for your time. I hope to see some change. I'm gonna go to sleep now because I am a student and I have school.
Thank you so much for your patience tonight.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, Jessica Garcia, if you're available, please unmute.
Good evening, board members. So my last public comment in the 11 o'clock hour is to please, with all authority vested in you, please readdress the public comments. Please readdress the time spent during closed session and see if at all possible your closed sessions can be at the end or maybe on a different day of the board meeting so that during the board meeting, we are not in a sense held hostage for several hours as the board meets in closed session to hear what has been made approved through motion, and so that we don't have to take a cat nap while you all are in your closed session. So that's my last public comment for the evening. I appreciate all that you all do. And I do implore and encourage all of you to remain focused on students first, not personal and political agendas that you may have behind your back pocket. Thank you and have a safe night and ride home.
Thank you.
Okay, and I believe our last comment is from Valerie Leonardi. If you're available, please unmute.
Thank you. I'm reading a letter from Anthony J. Leonardi, NIH, my son, who is a product of SBCUSD. On a personal note, I want to emphasize Anthony, while working at the National Institute of Health, the other branch of the government that gives information to the CDC, discovered how T cells, the dominant mechanism of how T cells age, communicate, and die. That was his discovery. And I am going to read the last portion of his letter first. Children and adults need vaccination. This virus has been seen to replicate inside cells of the immune system called monocytes and macrophages, which may present an issue like chronic infection. Do not underestimate this virus and think that it is a one-time infection. A recent paper proposed time to reinfection was on average 16 months, and another showed the majority of reinfections were worse. Sincerely, Anthony Leonardi, dated 10/4/21. To the officials of the school board, my name is Anthony Leonardi, PhD, and I am a T-cell immunologist educated at Johns Hopkins 0912 and did my PhD at the National Cancer Institute of T-cell function on T-cell function, dysfunction, and immunity, I discovered the dominant mechanism of how T cells differentiate. There are important updates that I must share with you. The evidence of SARS-CoV-2's long-term effects on the brain are mounting. In a study of people who were infected at 3 months, they had structural changes in the brain, like Alzheimer's, in the place responsible for memory. Another study showed that infected people had proteins in the blood seen in Alzheimer's patients. Both children and adults have underactive or hypometabolic brain activity after infection. The virus is also causing autoimmunity to important neurological proteins. It is causing T cells to go into the brain, which doesn't even happen in lethal cases of the flu. The variant known as Delta is causing 1,000 times more virus in infected people and is more contagious and grows more rapidly. The kidneys are also harmed from infection. People with even light illness had kidney function decline. This decline can progress long-term. I am going to be very clear again. I am staunchly opposed to children catching this virus for their immunity. Why? The virus tracks into important neurological systems responsible for taste, smell, and memory. We are seeing these reports of Parkinson's-like manifestations and now issues with parts of the brain responsible for memory. It is a waste for children to catch this when there are vaccines available. Not only that, but there are several reports of reinfections being worse than the first infection. Do not bring unvaccinated children into a classroom when they have been unvaccinated and expose them to such risks. Children should be protected and permitted to have remote learning, and classrooms should have airborne mitigations in place like ventilation and masks. Ventilation is important for restrooms as well, since now COVID-2 has been shown to spread in bathrooms. Reconsider indoor classrooms activities before children are vaccinated. You may be setting them up for long-term neurological disease. And separate from this letter, I also want to mention people who have been infected with COVID-19. There are studies that show they still need to be vaccinated. And that's also has been shown to reduce symptoms of long-term COVID. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the comments.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Cunningham. All right, we will now move to 6.0, reports by union organization. 6.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association.
Good evening, President Rogers. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, President Rogers, Superintendent Irvin, members of the board and cabinet. I'm Ashley Vitas-Alcala, president of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and I speak to you tonight on behalf of our 3,000 members. We are currently only 2 months into the school year, yet many of my members feel like it's late spring. This continues to be a year like no other. Our members continue to experience many daily challenges. Not having enough substitutes to cover classes, which places the burden on our members to cover these shortages during their conference period or during their regular work days, so they have to set aside all of their current activities and work responsibilities in order to sub. Providing independent study assignments to students who are on quarantine or who've been waiting for weeks to transfer to the virtual academy. I believe at the last board meeting, you were told that there are over 1,000 students still waiting to be transferred. We have teachers also waiting to be transferred to the virtual academy that have volunteered to go and teach in the virtual academy. They're also worrying about their students, themselves, or their colleagues getting exposed to COVID due to inconsistencies within the district's handling of our COVID procedures, including our contact tracing and sanitizing and cleaning. Recently, the devious licks TikTok challenges, as if the property destruction of December was not bad enough. Now October has brought a new challenge, asking students to slap a staff member. The daily social emotional needs of our staff and students are not being met. We are still in a pandemic. We need more supports for our students and our members. And while all of this is going on, It seems that there's no clear direction, no clear priorities, and no clear communication on issues, whether big or small. When issues are brought up, instead of working together to problem solve, as we have done countless times in the past, we are dismissed and the blame gets passed back to the site and then on the administration and the teachers. Our members are coming to work every day trying to do their best for students. If we are truly in this together, they should not have to worry about any repercussions if an issue is brought forward. This is about the physical and mental health and safety of our entire community. Our history is one of teamwork, problem solving, and cooperation. We appreciate the school board as being student-centered and supportive of our rank and file. So I will say it once again, we're ready to work together to face the challenges and opportunities this year has brought us. Thank you.
Thank you. 6.2, California School Employees Association. No representative tonight? Okay. 6.3, Communications Workers of America? No. Okay. And 6.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. All right, thank you so much. All right, we're now at 7.0, reports and presentations, and I believe you all have a few slides for us.
All right, well, good evening, Dr. Rogers,
Good evening.
Dr. Wyatt, Superintendent Irvin, school board, members of the community who are still watching or will be watching tomorrow sometime. We're happy to bring to you a status update on how things have been progressing in the district. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So as shared previously, we will be coming back each time with an update in these following areas. Safe facilities and operations. So tonight you'll hear our COVID-19 cases. And then the results of the employee pulse check. I want to thank Dr. Flores for the questions that she gave. We took those, we added to them. Really happy to have the results, and so we'll share high-level examples of that. Ms. Ontiveros will give an update on the listening and learning tour and where Mr. Irvin is with that. We're going to finish out with teaching and learning, and we're going to cover what we didn't get to cover last time and adding on to that. So tonight you'll hear updates on the virtual academy, our assessment results. We've finished those. Ms. Applegate will give those assessment results. College and career success plan and the STEAM plan. You'll hear that from Dr. Esquivel. And then we'll close out with service delivery model. Both Ms. Applegate and Dr. Rodriguez will give some more details on the service delivery model. So with that, I think I'm turning it over specifically to start talking about safe facilities and operations. So if you'll click the slide, please. And we'll go straight into our COVID cases and have Mr. Vitir speak on that.
Thank you, Dr. Menars. Good evening, board and cabinet. So just an update on our COVID case rates within our areas of responsibility. We're continuing to see a drop in cases within our community. We do have a year's worth of trend data now on the county dashboard that we're watching, and we're about the same place we were last year. We are watching to see what the winter spike does. So we know as we're entering into the winter months and into flu season, we're likely to see an increase in cases again. So we are diligently watching that. I do want to thank Ms. Ceballos and the families and the team that were on our DLAC meeting the other day. We had some great conversation about testing, and we have expanded our testing to our community outside of just response for COVID. So our staff members and our students are able to get tested just for peace of mind at this point. What we were cautious about doing early on was because of the availability of the test kits. And so the state was telling us that there was a shortage. That since has passed. And so we're going to make the test kits widely available for anybody who desires to get tested whether it be the employee vaccine mandate, students that are staying on modified quarantine, or just our staff and students who are interested for peace of mind to get tested. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question.
I'm sorry, okay.
Is there a question?
Are we yeah, I'm not getting the help over here. No, Ms. Ceballos.
Just really quick question, just for clarification. So we are going to be offering testing basically at will for all employees and students.
Correct.
Of course, students with parental permission.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And then also, where are we on the update with the reporting on all cases in the district? So I know that that had been brought up before. Do we have something up where we have all of the numbers in total?
So we do have the data. We're going to be meeting with the team, both from County Public Health, our AM team, and our union partners, just to go over it and see if we're reporting it correctly, if it's lined up with how we want it to be presented.
So would it be appropriate to ask by when can we hear back from that?
I think we may need another week or so.
I think a week.
Because I think we talked with our union partners, and I think the last conversation we had, Dr. Menares and I actually had a conversation. I believe we may need another week. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Menares. I think we're close, but we're not there yet, right?
Most definitely, we should be able to have, not in this Friday update, but the next one we will, and then we'll bring it to the community so they would see an example of it at the next board meeting.
Okay, because that is something that has been raised, and it is creating a lot of, concern out there, and, fears of, we're not being transparent enough and so forth. So I would appreciate that, and I want to make sure it doesn't get lost. Also, we've been hearing a lot about the protocols, and again, I just want to emphasize, we need to make sure that employees know exactly what it is that they need, and so I don't know what that looks like, who's getting training, how. Can somebody maybe speak to that?
Actually, I can. We can go to the next slide, and the survey actually gives us a lot of information. So if we can do that, and then we'll. So Dr. Flores, you weren't in the room. I did want to recognize we did do the survey that you had asked. We had some additional questions, and so here's the results. We were very pleased with the results from everybody. We were hoping to get 2,000 participants. We made it at 1,934. You can see the amount of certificated and classified staff that participated in this, and just overall, in general, and we'll get you the actual results. We'll put that in the Friday update. But over 70% of our staff who completed this said that they're aware of we asked them, do they know about this e-guide we have on our website? That has so much information. So we wanted to know who knows about it and who doesn't. And so over 70%, it was more like 74% of the people who completed it said they know about it. But that means there's 25% that don't. And that theme kept running through. So there's about 25% of the people who completed the survey that need more information. We know exactly where those schools are, where there's the high level of need, and we're going to target those schools, not in a bad way, want to get them the information that they need, right? So first thing is, and Ginger and I will be working on this tomorrow, here's how you get to this e-guide. This is how you go there, and we'll put it into a cascading communication so everybody has that. So then they can get those answers for themselves. That will get to some of this protocol. We also know which schools that they're feeling like the implementation is not consistent. We've got those schools. There's about 15 of them. We know them by name. We're going to be working with AMLLC to make sure that they are training up their liaisons. We'll be working with the principals and the custodians. Again, not in a punitive manner. That's not what this is about. This is about getting the right supports to those schools so that everybody feels consistent. We understand that you can write things down. That doesn't mean it all gets done correctly. We completely get that. So this data helped us to narrow it down to 15 schools, and we'll go out and we'll be working with those schools. And again, the principals, making sure the staff has the information, making sure that the COVID liaisons are following through, and so we'll be able to target much more clearly, which is what you want to do. Like that's what we do for our students, right? What does everybody need, and then what do those who need more? So we're going to do that. In terms of the data, what we also found is over 70% of the survey, the people who responded, they know who their liaisons are. And then we said, so if you had an interaction with those liaisons, how did it go? And so over half of those who surveyed said the interaction was satisfactory or better than satisfactory. They're very pleased with it. There was 38% who said we've had no interaction. That just means they know who it is, but they just haven't engaged with them. They don't have a reason. There is 8% of the people who completed the survey, so exactly 156 people, who are not satisfied. And so we have that data, and again, we'll be looking at which schools specifically, and then working with those schools so that they get the support they need. Over 70% of our staff knows how to report a positive case. They're familiar with the cleanliness and this disinfection protocols. That doesn't mean they're satisfied with it. They're familiar with it. They are satisfied with the site level communication and the district level communication. So close to 3/4 of the district who completed this, right? It's not everybody, but those who completed it. And it's a very good return rate for our district, I'll have to say. We've been checking with others, and this is a good return rate for employees. Feel like we've given the information, they have what they need, and they're satisfied. There's that 25% that we need to target, and we know, again, which schools and what we need to target, and so we'll be getting that information out. What's really important, though, and I want to highlight that, is half the staff, they don't know about this COVID, this safety line that they can call. So if they see something that they feel is not okay, maybe they see somebody not wearing their mask correctly, or they feel like their classroom hasn't been cleaned accurately, they didn't know about this safety line, even though we have these posters up everywhere. So when we do this cascading communication, we're going to make sure that they know about that as well. So again, this data helps us to further target so that we're not trying to, spread ourselves beyond what is needed and really go to those spaces that we get that information. So because the survey was so helpful for us, we are, our next steps include a survey for parents. We've reviewed it with some principals, a smaller group. We're going to share it with principals tomorrow. I've got a roadmap task force meeting on Thursday. I'm going to share that survey I'm going to share it with those parents or that group and see if there's anything else they think we should add. And then we'll distribute that on Friday. That's the goal, unless there's major changes from the task force. And that will help us to know, again, by school, where we need to target in terms of our parent community. So that will be helpful for us. And then our next step would be to be working with our schools to then have them do that with their students, because it's very good data to help schools know what's working and what we need to do to improve. The other piece, and I've said this a few times in terms of our next steps, we're going to provide that targeted support to the schools so that we increase the percentage of satisfaction with the district and our protocols. And then finally, we are going to start offering our office hours. So board, I don't know if you recall, but last year we used to do certificated office hours and classified office hours kind of every other month as a cabinet. And we would just log on and maybe give them a little bit of update, but mostly it was to listen and to learn and to answer questions that maybe were not clear to anybody who logged in. So we're going to reinstate that, starting with vaccinations. Dr. Funchess is going to be leading that next week. So we'll be doing the vaccination. And so we're going to start doing that as well. So there's just one more space that our employees can engage with us. Did I answer your question, Ms. Ceballos?
Yes, you did. And again, I don't know if this is the appropriate time. You tell me. If not, maybe I could bring it back in my board comments. But I also would like to hear more about the plans for vaccinations. I don't think that we've had, as a board, that discussion. So I don't know if that's something that needs to get agendized or not. But
okay, all right.
Prior to, we can.
And is that are you asking about kind of the update as to what the laws changes were, or just whether we're vaccinating, which piece, so they can be clear?
yeah, so what the law says, and I just heard a public comment of, a person asking the board, where are we at with that? And so is that a conversation that we need to have?
Yeah.
Then that's something that we need to.
Last board meeting, Dr. Funchess did go over the vaccinations, but we can bring it back again and share it once again. Absolutely. It was a late board meeting.
Ms. Ceballos, you good? Okay, Dr. Flores, you're.
I wanted to
you're-
ask Ms. Abayo, were you asking about clarification, vaccination for our employees?
Yes.
Okay, so how the procedure's going to be and how they have access and so forth?
Yeah, so like what the law says, what is the requirement, and then how is that going to play out exactly, the procedures?
Okay.
Yeah.
I just went on Friday to middle school and got my booster shot, and I just walked in. So it was very easy. I mean, you can schedule it, but it was, I was out in a half an hour because there was very many people, but it was very good. I mean, I was very pleased because I actually experienced it. And I wanted to go to one of our facilities so I could experience it. So maybe our employees could do that too, you know, instead, or wherever they want to go, yeah, whatever. But Madam President, I have a few questions.
You're up.
May I go?
Yeah, you're up. You're up now. Mhm.
You know, it's great that you did this survey, so I want to thank you for it. What I see missing still is what the complaints that I get on a regular basis about contact tracing, about not sanitizing the area immediately of the student that tested positive. And it's not just one case, it's a lot of cases, right? And so the protocols, yes, they're aware of it, they're familiar with the cleanliness, but are they actually doing it? Are they actually following through? And according to the complaints I get, Mr. Irvin, they're not. Okay? And so I think that we have to be more mindful and more deliberate in responding to our staff because they can take it home. They can take this COVID home, and they're afraid. In terms of cleanliness, Sam Pressey isn't here. I get photos. I haven't sent them to anybody because I don't want to divulge because they're fearful of retribution and reprimand. But there are schools that are not being cleaned. And I get it because we have a shortage of custodians. But I don't know if we have roving custodians or, you know, or some other solution. And like what Ms. Alcala said, let's work together to figure out solutions and not do stuff in isolation. You know, our teachers are classified people. I get complaints also from classified. They're terrified because they're not followed up either with contact tracing. They know the kids that tested positive and were in their vicinity, and I mean, that's negligence. That's irresponsibility on our part. And I would like us to somehow work together with our employees, with our staff, so that we can figure out how to make our school sites safer, right? And not just say they're familiar with this stuff, you know? They're satisfied with the communication. Okay, so they know, right? They know how to report it. They know who their COVID liaison is. Well, that's just surface to me. What's the nitty-gritty? Are we actually doing it? And apparently we're not. As evidenced by that young man, Jimmy, I don't know who he represented. Do you know?
Oh, we were trying to, I didn't catch it.
I don't
We
know.
tried to.
All those questions he had, those are serious health and public health, you know, questions. It's safety questions. And, you know, we just can't dismiss them, like, I'll get to it. No, let's figure it out. How do we figure out, you know, to make a, you know, safe environment? And so I have other questions, but I will forward them to you, Mr. Irvin, so that you can give them to the team, and so that they can begin to work together with our unions so that we can figure out, how to best actually implement what we say is on the ebook or on paper. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yes, I have a few as well. So then I just wanted to clarify, with the 70% or more of the employees that they said, and then below you list several items. So within each of those items, let's put an example that know their COVID liaison. So you're saying that 70% of people responded, the employees responded 70% of the time. The only reason why I'm asking is because I don't want it to be averaged. That makes it assume that it was 70%. So I'm just curious for each of these. So you're saying 70+% of employees know who their COVID liaison are. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So
Of the
all
employees
of these,
who responded, Ms. Abigail, Ms.
That's
Medina.
a big difference. She's not saying 70% of all employees.
No,
She's
of those
saying
who
70%.
responded.
70% of the employees that are in this. Okay, I see.
That's only 1,000, well, that many employees.
Right.
1934.
Yeah, because then it goes back to, thank you for clarifying, Mr. Tillman. So then 30% of the classified, 68% of the teachers, and of course, the 1.5 of our
guest teachers.
Our guest teachers. So then it goes back to who is in charge, and I'm glad that you brought up that because we are receiving concerns. Who is in charge of the oversight to ensure that all sites are meeting the requirements? So I know that last board meeting I did ask, and it was Eric Vatier, but or is there someone else that's going to be doing the oversight? There has to be someone in the district that is making sure that all of these sites are following the rules. So who's that person?
So the way that our protocol, or just the oversight of things work, right? So the principal oversees the school, we put the protocols in place, and we support the principal in doing that. And then the oversight of the principals is divided amongst the assistant superintendents. So each assistant superintendent has schools that they supervise, and they do the oversight of the principals. And that's the way that's the way in the 5 years that I've been here, that's the way we do oversight of schools, regardless of if it's COVID oversight or any other board policy or policies.
COVID's very different. So
no, I
don't-
understand, Ms.
yeah,
Medina.
no.
I'm just saying, but that protocol, that process of oversight that's been the way that we do things
So
in
you're
the
adding
district.
the COVID, which is a really serious item, into a category that you guys are all trying to maneuver. So if we get a complaint from one of the sites, then we have to look at who's that assistant superintendent that's in charge of that site that's not following through?
Correct. And so,
Okay.
so the data that we received on this has been disaggregated by school, and then that will be given to the assistant superintendent so they know which schools need to get more support in, and specifically what areas. So is it in cleanliness? Is it in communication? We have done that disaggregation,
But
gone
then
down
I'm
to that
seeing the
level.
breakdown. I'm seeing why there's such a huge breakdown with certain sites not being.
Yes.
Because you guys are all managing it from isolation, basically. So I would suggest that we move, Ms. Rogers, that we move to look at how we can have one entity. I know Eric Vatier is in charge of, per se, with emergency and so forth, that we have one designated person to do the oversight versus having, superintendents that already have many other roles that now they have to look at COVID, which is an important one. That would be my recommendation, but I'm just asking that if you can look into it, and that way we can have that in the future discussion as well, because I think that's too big of a role for it to be divided. And the
Ms.
other.
Medina, if I could just add, I don't want any kind of perception, though, that this is not a team effort. We meet every Thursday, and that meeting includes all the district assistant superintendents, directors that are part of this, because every assistant sup said, let me have I'm going to bring one of my directors to be an additional person in case I can't attend this weekly meeting. And we meet every week. Mr. Vatier is part of that. Our unions are part of that. And we go over exactly what we need to work on based off of what we hear from the schools from that week. And so every week we're doing that. It's not no one's doing this it's too big to do by ourselves. And we are all engaging with different groups and then that Thursday allows us to come together. Now,
And-
but again, this is not by any means perfect. It's very complex and it's constantly changing, as you know. Some things have settled down in terms of the science behind it. The implementation is a very different story.
Yeah,
So,
and the problem is that we're still hearing cases, and so like I said, then it goes back to who's the assistant superintendent that's in charge of these sites. And I would like for also that we have either a service line that is not just always coming to board members, but it's coming to a district. Then again, we hold whoever is that superintendent that is not following through to make sure that the sites, I just think that is just too complicated. You're right, and not one person can handle it themselves, but I imagine they have a team. If they don't have a team, then they should have had a team, especially for COVID. And I know that you mentioned with 50% of the employees know about SBCUC COVID-19 safety line. You mentioned posters. I put a question mark. How are you communicating? Is it through posters?
no,
Through education?
that one in particular, it's just, when I visit schools, I see the posters there. When I'm in the district office, I see them. But this information has gone out. But that doesn't mean, you can't just put information out one time. And the data shows us people need more information. So we will, as I said, we'll get a cascading communication to respond to these immediate pieces that will help direct people. And then we're going to start these certificated or these office hours so we can get real-time questions answered to people. Posters are just one of many forms that we're putting out.
So it was kind of like a
Yeah,
question
that's not
mark.
the only way, though.
Because we only have 50% of the employees
I know,
that know,
that-
so that's a huge problem.
Exactly.
Okay, so hopefully we can have that fixed soon. That'll be end for right now.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you for that. And Dr. Flores, you're up. Well, Ms. Ceballos and then me, but I'm up. Actually, I'm green. But I think part of it was answered because I was just wondering, and I think you said that the office hours are coming because the information is so much information. I'd have to say that we either need the town hall, which I know you guys have had, but what would you do with staff? The same thing, because apparently, even in talking with teachers and as big as our district is, the dissemination of the information just sometimes doesn't reach there. And so there's need to be a big forum, or I don't know if there's the teachers have a big forum. I heard you all talk about where there was some couple of meetings. I think Superintendent Irving was at one the other night. But this is something we need to have. Other than that, I think the alternative, the board members, as they're sharing, then we need to have it be a workshop and then everybody can tune in or something, because the information needs to get out to everyone, even beyond the meetings. And so parents and everyone knows, because this is the second or third meeting we talked about, that if you walk into your school, and I think you answered this, or your classroom, and it's not clean, I hope it's not just a quick phone call to say it's not clean to us as board members, but they have to call someone to get that done. And sometimes it's sounding like that's where we're getting in the middle of that. But my first response is get that classroom clean. And so whatever those protocols is, or the update, I think we were asking about some updates, we just need to know that and say that over and over again. If you walk in there, because again, behind everything we're saying, we have a shortages of staff, right? So whether it's all the time, often, but I'm real interested in seeing, as you narrow it down, we will be able to identify if it's this set of schools in a certain area, perhaps there is a shortage, and then you'll know where to deploy the people. But a huge meeting, whatever you call that, we just really have to get that information out, because there's a lot of people to get this information carried over. Ms. Ceballos, or is Dr. Flores? And then we'll.
I wanted to ask Dr. Funches, how many total employees do we have? How many teachers and how many classified? We have about 3,000 teachers, correct?
We have about 8,200 employees.
8,000?
Yeah, 200.
Okay.
Maybe 8,197, rounded up, 8,200. The certificated staff, about 3,000.
So 1,934 approximately only represent 1/4 of all of our employees.
If you do the math.
So 3/4 of our employees did not take the survey, so we don't know what they think.
Right.
So that's a big number.
Right.
Yeah, so. That's why we're getting so many complaints. And I also agree with Ms. Medina that it's too much for the assistant soups because they have other duties they have to do. And is that line of hierarchy in the e-book, in the what is it called? The e-guide?
That would be, no, the e-guide is specific to COVID, but we can take a look at it and see how that might match. Because
No,
that's a
I'm not
different.
asking you. I'm asking you is the responsibility, you said the responsibility is for each of the
So, Dr. Flores,
hierarchy?
that responsibility, that's been in place.
Is that written anywhere, or do our assistant soups know that
Yes, they know that.
for COVID?
They know that they're responsible for the schools that they are supervising.
But also for the COVID complaints?
Anything that's related to that school.
Oh, you got it. Okay, Ms. Ceballos, you're up.
So I want to say that I also agree with the monitoring piece of it. So I think that, we have the guide, we have the information out there. We do have to continue to provide the information in every form that we can, right? So if the schools have staff Monday meetings, principal with the teachers, it needs to be there set. Maybe at the beginning of the meeting, hey, by the way, this is, if you have any complaints, you can call this number, or whatever the case may be. But definitely the monitoring piece, I think is it's going to be really important. And I don't know what that looks like. I don't know that any of us know what that looks like right now, but that's something that I think I would like for us to start thinking about and setting that in place. Also, is there going to be a second opportunity or a second round of a survey for employees, or was it just a one and done? Because that is a small number. Now, of course, I understand you can't make people take the survey. It gets put out there, and it's their choice whether they take it or not. And, we hope that they do so that we can get that feedback. But is it going to be an ongoing thing? Can we resend it out again so that we can extend the window of opportunity? And can we promote it so that people are, hopefully we get more feedback?
We absolutely can. Data is very helpful for us. We did ask the principals to actually have their staff do this during their MOU time. So that's why you see more certificated than classified. And then when I noted that, I think they're only doing it with certificated, then I reminded them classified is to do this as well. But there's no reason why we can't, because we're sending this data to the schools as well. We want them to have their own school data. They need that. That's important to their growth. So there's no reason why we can't. But what the plan is to do with this data is to give you, the board, the data as of when we closed it last Friday. You'll get that in this Friday update. And then I don't think that there's anything in here that we would want to keep hidden from our staff who completed it. So we'll probably put this up on the district e-guide page as well, so staff can see, so that there's not this feeling of lack of transparency. But there's no reason why we can't do this more. And it's not, what we might do over time, though, is change the questions a little bit, right? As we start to clear up some things, then we can go deeper with some other questions. So yes.
Okay, good, because my only concern is that, again, I want to make sure that we give you specific guidance, right? And so I don't know, maybe somebody else wants to chime in regards to by when can we hear back from monitoring strategies, right? And then also maybe how often we want to see this data. Maybe it'll be on a monthly basis. I'm not sure. So I just want to make sure that we are asking these questions, but we're also following up with them. And it's not like a one and done kind of thing.
Right.
As I listen to the conversation, I got some thoughts and some ideas about both pieces. Give me some time to debrief with the team. But I do think there's a way for us to deal with the monitoring piece. I think there's a solution, and I think we can come up with a very effective solution, but I just need some time to debrief with the team and then discuss some thoughts behind it. But there's a way to do it, and I do agree that one assistant soup overseeing a large number of schools, but we do have clusters. So there's a way to do it. I just need some time to take a step back. I'll look at those clusters, I'll talk with the team, and we'll get back with you with a high-level overview probably in the Friday update, but we'll also come back to the next meeting with a plan. And the second thing is, as I listen to the conversation, there's got to be a way, because I've visited, I think, most schools so far, I think all schools actually. And as I go on campuses, for the most part, things, no one's brought all those concerns to me, but I'm sure that because we're just visiting classrooms, we're not getting to the deep conversation about those issues and concerns they're having. However, I did notice at the last meeting when classified and certificated, during the listening learning tour, they did ask if they can reach out to me directly. So we just got to get the word out there on if staff members and teachers are having issues and concerns, they can reach out to me directly. They can reach out to any assistant soup, any cluster lead. So we'll get that in that cascading document. But I have made it very clear they can reach out to me anytime. So we got to find a way to make sure that the staff knows district-wide that they can reach out to any of us at any point in time. So give me some time, let me think it through, and I do think we can come up with a plan, and we'll come back to the board and get their feedback to see if that's something that makes sense.
Good evening, President Rogers,
Good evening.
board members, and the rest of the cabinet. I'm pleased to be here to bring you an update on the listening and learning tour for Mr. Irvin. It's been a few months, I think, or at least a few weeks since we talked about what the listening and learning tour included and what its purpose was, and also we haven't given you an update yet as a board on, at least not publicly, on what has been occurring. And so I'm pleased to be able to share that with you. So next slide. You'll recall that the listening and learning tour was scheduled to go from the time that Mr. Irvin started here at the district and to continue through the first part of November in order for us to gather information and for Mr. Irvin to listen to and hear from all the stakeholders and constituency groups in the district about the things that they felt were important and the things that they wanted to see us doing in the future. And so in November, one of the meetings in November, we'll be coming back to you with some initial results of that listening and learning tour, which is currently underway. The feedback that's gathered during this entire time will be put together and put through a planning process with a collaborative planning process with all of our stakeholders, so that this can be the basis for the goals that hopefully you will adopt coming in February. So next slide. We have 4 specific ways. We actually talked about 3 the last time, but we've added a 4th because it's been a really rich opportunity for Mr. Irvin to hear from the people that we serve. And so you'll recall that we talked about having one-on-one interviews where Mr. Irvin has met for a lengthy period of time with individuals, you all individually, as well as directors, every director in the district, every cabinet member, a variety of different stakeholders, and invited everyone to fill out surveys that provided even more information in addition to what was gathered in his one-on-one interviews. He's doing listening and learning forums. We've held 9 of them so far, involving more than 500 individuals in the district. Primarily, well, we'll talk about that on the next slide, who's specifically been involved so far. During those listening and learning forums, we're inviting our participants to give individual thoughts to specific themes. We want to ask them what they feel the district is doing really well. You know, what are our strengths and what are the things we want to hang on to? We ask about what is it that we want to be looking forward to in the next 3 years? What are the priorities we want to put forward? And then what specifically should Mr. Irvin be doing to help students in the district? And those are very purposeful questions that we ask everybody to contribute. And in thought exchange, we're using that to gather that information. And so individual thoughts are captured. We have actually printed them out. I've got binders of them to share that list every individual thought as well as how they are rated by their peers so that we can determine what the priority thoughts are. Meet and greets include everything from one-on-one meetings with people in the community to public events that Doc has been at where he's had the opportunity to encounter people in the community. And so, you know, he has engaged 2 to 3 of these meet and greet events every week in addition to the listening and learning forums and the interviews that he's done. And then he's also done school visits. And in the school visits, he's spending some quality time with the site leader at the school site, also visiting with teachers and talking one-on-one with students and asking them about how their experience is in our schools as well. And so he's visited so far actually 61 of our schools where he's had, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, actually, I think we've been to all the schools, but we've been
yes.
kind of selective because the first time is typically allows me to visit with the principal, get to meet the site leader, have a conversation with the site leaders and some of the staff. And the second time, we try to hit classrooms, 4 to 5, just depends. So, but at least 61 of them I had a chance to get into the classroom,
Correct.
but we've hit all 72.
Yes.
But again, most of that, the first time around is just getting to meet the leader, understanding the staff, just having a chat. And then I always remind them I'm going to come back a second time to hit the classroom because the first time I don't want them to be overwhelmed with me just showing up on campus. So, and then again on the meet and greets, that's very important as well. And again, there's a variety of different community stakeholders. Some are at 7:30 at night, some are as early as 7 o'clock in the morning. So it's a packed day, but because I'm in classrooms 8 to 12. It really is. It's really 7:30 to 12:31 because again, sometimes there's 4 schools I hit or 6. So even though the forums we've got about 500 people, what we're hearing from the forums as well is that a lot of the teachers and the staff are asking if we can do these on a regular basis. So one of the things I have to figure out is how do I do more of these, right? Because the staff is asking for more. And some of them have asked, can I do it once a month? But that is something that we got to really figure out. So we've got some time, but it seems like the listening and learning tour is going well, but it looks like we're going to have to add beyond the listening and learning tour more time because more staff want more time, more conversation. So we're going to have to embed that into the work that we do.
Yeah, we have about 7 more listening and learning forums that are scheduled just in this month before we get to November 1st. You know, we wanted to make sure we gave our teams, especially at the school sites, the opportunity to get school up and running before we asked them to step away and participate in these. And so that gave us a more compressed period of time to interact with our staff at school sites. So those are continuing. But if you want to go to the next slide. These were the stakeholder groups that we indicated that Mr. Irvin would be reaching out to, and we're pleased to say that we're making significant progress. Every one of the groups has been initiated, or there's been some initial touch points with every stakeholder group, including students if you count the one-on-ones, but we do have a listening and learning forum that we're going to be putting together for students directly, and that currently is being scheduled. So you can see that we're making progress, and so the green indicates that we have actually met with all of those stakeholders and completed our cycle for them. If it's yellow, those are still ongoing, so we have some additional forums and meet and greet and kinds of things scheduled to continue with. And then that blue circle says that that's currently in planning or being developed. So we're making progress on getting all those stakeholder voices into the listening and learning forum to educate and help Doc to get familiar with our district and to provide a rich set of voices for them. And I can tell you that from the listening and learning forums, we're getting very positive feedback from parents, from teachers, from our management staff, our classified staff. They've been very uplifting experiences, all of them. And I will say they've also given some very good suggestions, some very specific things they want us to work on and to consider doing. So They appreciate that Mr. Irvin is there listening to them and hearing what they have to say. And he is absolutely engaged during that process. And I think that if you participated, you are all welcome to participate in one if you'd like. So if you would like to join us, please let us know.
All right, were you watching this? Okay, Dr. Flores.
I just mentioned to Mr. Irvin that I would have preferred that he give his own report, since it is his listening learning tour in the future. I would like to hear his first voice. You know, I would like to hear I'd like to hear your voice, your passion, your, you know, what you're learning, and not just statistics. I would like to know the meat and potatoes of it.
We
Thank you.
echo that, Dr. Flores, because Dr. Wyatt and I shared that with him in our agenda review, and so the team was leading out, but yes, we shared that same.
All right, can't hear you.
We shared that same thing that you said to him as well at our agenda review, and so the team was launching out this week, and then we said yes, because he will be able to give the juicy details of what it was like. So going forward, I appreciate that as well. So Doc, you heard it. Okay, Ms. Rosales Medina.
And that was a line kind of similar to what I was going to ask, is that, you know, Ms. Ontiveros, have you been in these meetings with him, all of them?
Many of them.
Okay, yeah, because you're, like, I was just going to say, I mean, if you were in all of them, I would get, because, you know, it seemed really enthusiastic. It'd just be better from
Sure.
Mr. Irvin. Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, I think that is all your questions, okay?
Good evening, Board, or shall I say good morning? I don't know if we're in morning yet.
Not quite.
Not quite. Wishful thinking. So I'm presenting on an update on the Virtual Academy. And so as we're looking at teaching and learning, the respective members of Cabinet will provide some information about their respective areas. So I want to give an update on our Virtual Academy. Next slide, please. So the Board, I really want to thank you for your just really your passion to make sure that all kids are served through this pandemic, and utilizing a virtual learning platform to be able to get to provide that education for all students. The enrollment has been fluctuating for our virtual academy. We are presently at 1781, which is a bit of a drop from the previous week, about 40 students. The interest list is also fluctuating. We have about 1,000 students, 1,197 students that remain on the interest list, and we are in process of enrolling 60 students from that interest list due to new hires. Dr. Funchess and team have worked very diligently, knowing that we're in a crisis mode with the teacher shortage, and they were able to recruit 8 additional teachers in the month of September. There are 15 teachers during the month of September that are in process for background check. And those people that we're bringing on board we're really focusing on highly qualified teachers. And so as we're all aware, we know that we've been operating with some substitutes. And so these new hires are helping us to support those, to make that exchange so that we are hiring highly qualified teachers for our students in the virtual academy. One of the other areas that you asked us to look at was the interest list. And over the course of the last 2 weeks, the team at the Virtual Academy have made contact or have attempted to make contact with over 1,000 families to find out what their interest was in regards to continuing to stay on the waiting list, if they were receiving any type of short-term independent study. We wanted to find out where they were because we didn't want them to continue in limbo. So we can go to the next slide. So if you look at the next slide, you're going to see we had 1,004 students that we had contacted. And you'll notice that within that list, we have 606 students who want to continue to go to the virtual academy. We have 359 students that we've attempted to make contact, but we've not gotten any response. So we're continuing that contacts so that we can find out what it is that they would like to do, and 39 students who say they no longer want to go to the virtual academy. Of those 1,004 students that we contacted that are on the interest list, we have 519 who are attending in person. So we do have almost more than half of those people who are going to school waiting for their slot to open at the virtual academy. 259 that are not. So we know that we have 259 students who are still out there in limbo working on independent study. So every week, the School of Record is contacting those families to offer short-term independent study for them as they're waiting for their time in order to get enrolled in the virtual academy. We have had some hiccups as far as short-term independent study. Usually short-term independent study is only for 14 days. And then on top, after the 14th day, they go into long-term independent study, which has some different regulations. But because of the teacher shortage, we're continuing the short-term independent study because our priority is to make sure that students continue to receive some education as they're waiting for that opportunity to return to the virtual academy.
Mr. Tillman?
How many actual teachers do we have in the virtual academy right now?
Marcus?
Last time that we shared the data, there were 75 teachers there, and then there was a number of guest teachers there also serving.
What is the largest class size we have?
So it varies because we have K through 3 classes that are supposed to be at 24, and some may be at 30, Mr. Tillman, meaning they may have 6 students over. And I don't have that data in front of me, but some classes are over as we continue to hire and as we continue to shift staffing.
I want to be make sure we're transparent. I had a teacher that's teaching in the academy said some of the teachers have 60 students.
I have heard that as well.
So my only point is, so we have to get a report back to where we're at with those numbers. It's better to be transparent than not. So it's just a matter of getting a feel for where we're at.
Absolutely.
And so we can get the number of teachers and then the class sizes, then the average class sizes, but we got to know what the upper end is and how many of those type of classes do we have.
We can add that to the Friday update. We'll give you a log of all the teachers and the class sizes for each particular teacher.
And are we pursuing this? You know, I work in IT, so there's times when I have big issues and it's all hands on deck, right? So if I got a issue where a lot of systems are down, so that means throughout my whole building, there's no one in there doing regular work. If you got work that you don't have to do right now, then you're going to be fixing this problem. Are we doing that with making sure I don't have program specialists or teachers on assignment doing things that they can leave that work and come and man these stations so we can reduce these numbers down? Because we shouldn't have classrooms with 60 students. And if I have the people who have the right credentialing or the minimal credentialing, why wouldn't I have them doing this work right now?
Well, just to respond to that, it is all hands on deck. This is one of many issues that we have. We have a shortage of subs, so we're deploying a program specialist, program facilitators, teachers on special assignment to fill some of the vacancies for people who are sick. So we have a priority that HR has put together as far as, you know, when to cover a class and how we cover those classes, but we are taking that into account. As far as deploying program specialists or teachers on assignment to go permanently to, or not permanently, but temporarily for a while, I'm not aware that we're doing that as at this time.
But I think we should definitely consider it. I mean, when I'm having a discussion with our own teachers and they know of staff within the district that could be doing this work, then that's the discussion we have to have internally. And I think at this point, it's an emergency. And we need to do it as long as we can to make sure, like I said, we don't have classrooms of 60 people, or if we have students who are at home waiting to get into the virtual academy, And then it puts a burden on not only them and their parents and their families, but also the teachers in the class, because I'm assuming that it's the teachers in the class that have to create these independent study packets, right?
Correct.
So,
Mr. Tillman, I actually agree. I think I hear what you're saying, so I hear what you're saying. You're basically saying that if we have out-of-classroom personnel that have the credential, and you have a classroom of 60, is there a way that we can pull them from now if we can use those services to reduce that class size down to 30? And I'm not I'm not in disagreement with that. I think that, you know, to be honest with you, I'm not sure if we've had those conversations, but I think that's on our radar. But that might be something that we might have to explore a little bit more aggressively.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin, and we will make sure that we take that into consideration, Mr. Tillman. And those educators that have overages right now, they are being compensated for that, but we are looking at and exploring all means to lower those class sizes and continue to hire educators for the virtual academy.
and it has to happen at you guys' level, because you only
Right.
have the vantage point
Right.
to know what those folks are doing, and then you have to weigh and prioritize where they should be. And as far as I'm concerned, in this case, they should be in those classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. And just
And
to,
I'm assuming you guys will get a report back to us on that, right? Thank you.
we got to turn Mr. Tillman off over there, his light, so I can go. It's my turn, Mr. Tillman. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Just a quick question, a little bit to build on what Mr. Tillman was talking about. And I think we all know 60 students on a caseload is quite a bit. And I'm sure we're doing everything we can to reduce that caseload and cut it in half. So my next question is, in regards to compensation, is there any type of additional compensation for our teachers that are carrying such a caseload? Because I don't know where that's at in negotiations or collective bargaining agreement, but that's a pretty high darn number, so I just want to find out for clarity.
We have a mechanism that we've already negotiated for our educators. It's $10 per day per student over caseload, meaning if you have 24 students that's supposed to be in a class, you have 27, $10 per day per student, that's 30, right? So we do the math. So we are compensating according to our agreement.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. So next to the dais, we'll have Mrs. Applegate review our NWEA data.
Good evening once again, Board. So what I wanted to share with you today is a very high-level overview of the preliminary results that we have from our reading and our math assessments. As you know, this is the first time in a while that we've had a K-12, actually TK-12 assessment system in our district, so that we're able to compare apples to apples and get some more in-depth, detailed data on our students. So this is a general overview. You can see in reading in grades K through 12, the different percentages and then the numbers represented for each student group. And just know that we will be testing our TK students in spring. They did not take the first administration. We also have some of the students who are waiting on the virtual academy list. So there are a few, you can see the numbers, about 38,000. We know we have more students in our district, but these are some of the students. The sites are still sending in information. The window closed about 2 weeks ago, so we're finishing up, but these are the preliminary results that we received. So this one is for reading.
Is this proficiency? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said it was.
So our NWEA assessment it tells that our students are on track to be proficient at the end of the grade level, and we're also comparing it to proficient on CASP in the spring. So if students are right now on track, then as long as they continue to make that growth over the months before CASP, then they should be able to score proficient on CASP. So that is what this assessment assesses. We will also bring some comparable data in February, because that's the second administration, so then we'll have a couple of data sets that we can take a look at. But just know, these are high level. The schools are getting these assessment results. They will then look more in depth. For instance, if you have kindergartners or first graders or second graders that are not on track, the sites will then provide some additional, more in-depth assessments, like our guided reading or other assessments that teachers will do to get more information. So this is our district-wide overview. We just want to make sure that this is really basic testing for our district, but each site will then go more in depth with their assessments. Okay, so this is for reading. And if you will change to the next slide. And then this is by grade level. The different percentages. Then we have the same for math, our student groups. So we have our work cut out for us. And then we have our grade level math as well. So this has given us the overview that we need, and then now our different sites will have reports. Teachers have very specific reports on this data that will pinpoint their students' need, the gap needs, and then it'll provide a path for instruction for those students to make sure that we're accelerating them with some pretty aggressive goals. So this is very general overview, but we can bring you some sample reports so that you can see what our teachers are looking at, and they're getting ongoing training as well. So our teachers are getting trained on all the reports, and as well as our administrators, so that they'll know what they're looking at.
Okay, thank
questions?
you. I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you. And I know this was something that recently had came up, the time that it's taking. So I know I gave that information from the teachers that shared to the superintendent. I'm sure he shared it all out with you all. They were saying the math particular assessment seemed to be going much smoother than it was with the
reading.
the reading. So.
Yes, it is a little more involved, but again, they're getting quite a bit of data on their students. The reports that they can pull are really comprehensive. And so I know it looks basic right now. You're just seeing numbers and percentages, but it's a starting point. And then our teachers are able to really look at those reports and dig a little deeper. And what's nice about the NWA assessments, it'll chart the path of instruction to really aggressively make sure that our students get where they need to be. And it also interfaces with many of the digital curricular programs that we have, like Imagine Learning that you'll be learning about a little bit later. It has a correlation to NWEA, and it'll tell you where in Imagine Learning to start and how many lessons should be taught. And so we have correlation with Imagine Learning, iExcel, and other digital curriculum that we're using as well.
Excellent. Doc, I know you were just coming in, but I know this was a concern that the teachers brought to my attention last week, and then I shared that with you immediately about the timing. So I'm sure that you all are looking at how long it's taking them to have to do the assessment for reading as well. So, just so you're aware, because I did share with them and did give you that information and told them, I definitely want to make sure that there's support coming on that side. So, again, resource specialists seem to be a hot topic. So, I'm sure you've heard it. Ms. Ceballos, is that where we're at? Is that where, okay.
Yeah, thank you. This is really great information. I know that, the numbers may be alarming and, may not look good. But I think that it's a good starting point, right? This is not where we're going to end up. This is, just the baseline. And so I really look forward to, having you guys come back again, in a year, 2 years from now, and really being able to compare the growth, because I do believe that we can get there, and I can't wait to see that. But I do have a question. I know that this assessment is new. Is there any way that maybe we can see some comparable data in previous years? I know that due to the pandemic, we didn't take the CAS. So I don't know what other maybe data we can reference so that we, just for me, just so that I can see if there's any way that we can measure maybe some of the loss that happened even during the pandemic. I don't know if that's at all possible.
Well, we brought the STAR data to you last time. That's the STAR data. We administered the STAR exam to the entire district because it was a local decision to do that instead of taking the CASP. So that data was shared with the board, but I can, of course, bring that back to you so you can look at it. It won't be comparable to this assessment because it's completely different, but we will be back in February. And so that's pretty quick from now until February, so we can see some growth trends, so that we're really looking forward to seeing that. But I can supply the STAR data again. We can give that to you. That's no problem.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. And the STAR data, is that something that is, I think there were some gaps in that, huh? I remember it's not to all grades, right? This was to all grades, the STAR data.
This is going to end up being TK-12. TK will take it in the spring. The STAR data, we did end up giving district-wide, but we had not in the past, so there wasn't comparable data before the last administration, so we couldn't really compare because we were we were doing a lot of different things for assessments. This is why we moved toward a district-wide assessment system. But we can bring you the data from STAR from last year. But again, that's an exam that kids took at home, and so it wasn't as reliable. So we're excited to see this particular instrument because there's so much to it and so much information for teachers. So we will have comparable between now and February, but we can absolutely provide you the other data as well.
And would that be all grades or certain grades for last year?
For last year, it was all grades.
All grades, okay. And then you said prior to last year, it wasn't district-wide, so there's no other years that we can kind of go back to?
So the year before last, we didn't test at all. Because if you recall, we left in March, and then we never came back, so there was no testing administration at that point. And then last year, it was a local decision to do the STAR exam district-wide. But previous years, no. There were different exams at the different grade levels, and the only thing we really had that was comparable was CAS, but not even that is at all grade levels. So this will be the first year that we have a TK-12 system, along with whatever the state testing will be in the spring.
Well, again, I'm really excited because that was one of the things that I had, noticed. Even as a parent before coming on the board, that there were, I was like, where's the information for all of the, so I'm really excited for this. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
Thank you, Mrs. Applegate. I really want to commend the teachers and the students because we just finished 2 months of school and they had to administer this new exam. And so I want to commend them all for doing this, because how long does it take for them to give each one?
It depends on the section of the
It
exam.
depends on it? Okay, so.
But to have 38,000 at this point is fantastic, so we're very proud of them as
so-
well. We just have a few sites that are trickling
So
in, but they did a great
I
job.
really want to commend them because this is not easy. We're coming back from the pandemic, and they weren't tested. I mean, it's just I just think it's commendable. That's all. And also, the NWEA assessment is a predictor of how they're going to do in CASP, right?
That's correct.
So the February one will tell us more in terms of how they will, test on the CASP. And my question is the format in the NWEA similar to the CASP format?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's great, because I remember that once we showed kids, you know how you know this over here? Well, this is how they're going to ask you on the tests. Then they were able to make that, transition and application, because they didn't really know that was the same question they were asking, because it was so different on the exam. So that's good to know. So I predict our kids are going to do a lot better. So that's great. Thank you so much.
We're excited.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and I
right,
think I'm
thank you.
passing it over to Dr. Esquivel.
Good evening. We are doubling down on college and career preparation, and we are taking the time this year to plan and work with our stakeholders. Currently, board, a third or 38% of SBC USD students graduate ready for a four-year university. I'd like to start off this college and career update by highlighting three graduates from SBC USD that have emerged through transcript analysis. We have student A, B, and C. All three students met the minimum graduation requirements set by the board at 220 credits. Student A graduated with a GPA of 3.57, met A through G eligibility, and also met the college and career indicator preparedness reported by the state. Student B, with the GPA of 2.67, graduated with 255 credits, met college and career indicator, but did not meet A through G. And then we go over to student C, who we see did not meet A through G, did not meet the college and career indicator, GPA of 2.44, and graduated with 305 credits. We saw a very interesting dynamic and correlation between students who earned a 3.0 and above and met both A through G and college and career indicator criteria. And we believe, as we work with our teams, as we work across divisions, that we could increase both A through G and college and career indicator by focusing closely on how our students are doing through GPAs starting in middle school, and supporting students like B and C with timely interventions that are embedded to follow information as just reported from Mrs. Applegate to ensure that students are graduating college and career ready. Next slide, please. So just to review some terminology, we know that a high school diploma is no longer sufficient for preparing students for 21st century careers. As a result, the state has developed the college and career criteria to ensure graduates are ready for four-year colleges and are prepared for skilled workforces. A through G, on the other hand, serves as the most important indicator for student preparation for either a University of California or a Cal State University. It includes a sequence of high school courses that students must complete with a C or better to be eligible for admission, again, to a CSU or a UC campus. Colleges look at A through G, but not necessarily CCI completion. So what we conclude from here is that with systems that are focused on ensuring that all students are passing A through G classes for admission to a CSU and UC, that serves as the most promising opportunity to significantly increase the students who graduate meeting the state's college and career criteria. Next slide, please. We know that math A through G completion continues to serve as a gateway to college. The most important work has to start early. College and career readiness begins in TK, or as we know, even earlier. And as we dug into data and as we looked at several of our alum and current high school students, we noticed that students who were off track in third grade rarely recovered to become college-bound by high school. This highlights the need for strong reading and math outcomes throughout the entire system from kindergarten through 12th grade to improve our students' chances of being ready to tackle college prep classes the moment that they step foot on a high school campus. And as we see our four-year college going rate from 18-19 at 90%, if we look at the 90% of our students who are graduating and we want them to be college and career ready, then we must ensure that 80% of these students are reading on grade level in ELA and performing at grade level in math by third grade. As we review the CCI data by subgroup, and again, this is reported by the state, we see our white students across our district are performing at the state average, but there is a significant performance gap between our white students and our African American students. And our English learners and our students with specific needs fall far below district and state averages. Next slide, please. When we look at A through G completion, you will see similar dynamics with A through G subgroup data, but this time all subgroups fall below both county and state averages. And I will add that our foster youth have an A through G completion of 16%, and our homeless students at 30%. We do have successful programs across our district, and our focus is to work within the talent, within the positive outcomes and the spotlights that we see across our system. We are a large district, and we do have promising practices that we can absolutely learn from and expand. And to do so, We are looking at our 53 college and career pathways, where currently, on average, 80% of the existing pathways are aligned to A through G. So as we focus and pay attention to our current pathways, their A through G alignment, we can absolutely ensure that our students are meeting college and career requirements. In addition, we have one high school, Middle College High School, where 100% of its students enroll in 2 to 7 dual enrollment courses. And these are courses where students are receiving both high school and college credit. Yet district-wide, 5% of our high school students are enrolled in at least one dual enrollment course. Increasing access to dual enrollment courses throughout the district gives us the single greatest lever to significantly improve our CCI rates, because completing A through G courses and passing at least one dual enrollment course will meet our CCI criteria for the state. Next slide, please. So as we seek to double and triple our college and career rates to truly ensure equity and access throughout our district, we will work diligently to ensure that we're working across our teams on multiple fronts over the next several years. There is no quick solution here. We need a comprehensive and a coherent district strategy for improvement from kinder through high school. Our immediate next steps will be to ensure that all students complete 4-year plans aligned to A through G requirements and CCI criteria. We will establish a college and career task force comprised of students, teachers, counselors, and parents. We will continue our audits and our evaluations to help us devise a comprehensive district-wide plan. And of course, we must ensure that our graduation requirements are aligned to A through G and CCI. And of course, we must identify a champion who will continue working with us along this work by repurposing the former Director of College and Career Readiness. I'll take questions on college and career before STEAM.
Yes, let me just go ahead and start back from the first. So the examples when it comes to 38%, of the students, and that was, I imagine that was 2 years ago. I know I was looking at the
Yes, so
indicators for the 2020s, which is just making sure, just clarifying really quickly.
Yeah, so the college and career dashboard was last updated by the state in 1920. So that was the latest data that we had to pull from. And the 36% is our CCI indicator reflecting the district's outcome.
Okay. And then currently, have you looked into what past research we've done or committees, for instance, the grading policy? I'm not sure if you've heard of, what we've done already in the past, and then also the D's and F's, to address the D's and F's. I see that we're trying to address the long term, right? And when it comes to, trying to meet our students at a younger age, so that way they can be better prepared. But I see missing is what realistically we already know. D's and F's is not mentioned in here. Grading policy is not mentioned in here. So I don't know, are you looking into that, or you're trying to start from scratch a new process? I'm just curious on what are you planning to do?
No, that's a great question. And the ongoing programmatic evaluation includes absolutely what you're referencing, not trying to reinvent the wheel. And actually, a lot of this work has taken place. I find that the more that I speak with folks, the more that I ask them about how did you go from 17 to 38, right? There's a system that we need to lean into and learn from. But the more that I speak with them, the more that emerges. And so that's is going to continue driving this work moving forward into the few months. And I also look forward to bringing back college and career updates, because this, again, is an ongoing process. And more and more will emerge as I.
And
work
with the A
folks.
through Gs, of course, you're going to need to bring us with the Ds and Fs. I mean, if we see a huge, amount of students receiving that, especially our African American Latino students, that way we're able to monitor, because that is more of the short-term focus. And like I said, we need to kind of be mindful to make sure when we're receiving the reports, looking at the Ds and Fs and so forth.
Thank you for that, and we'll be sure to do that by grade level as well.
Dr. Flores?
Thank you, Dr. Esquivel. This is very helpful. You're saying that, well, I'm looking at this slide in terms of the college career update for grade 3, grade 7, grade 11. And if you look at the trend, for English language arts, it's, kind of doesn't move a lot. It's 38%, 43, then goes down to 42. So that's not good. And then you look at our math, where the third graders are at 39, and then they go down, the trend is down 25%, 16%, and this is just the average, right? So I would like to see the data by demographic group disaggregated so that we could see the trends there. And then, did I hear you correctly? You said our goal is to get them at 80% at each LEA and math standards?
The connection that I made there is when we see our four-year graduation rate at 90%. In order for us to envision us doubling and tripling over the years, that we would need to expect that by third grade, students are within 80% proficiency. Because the correlation that you point out is that if they're not making it in third grade, likely they're not going to make it to college and career.
So that's why it's so important to disaggregate this data so that we can look at, because traditionally our African American and students have scored very low, the lowest of everybody, and also our EL kids and our special ed kids. So it'll be important to do that. And so that, those are my points on that one. And then I wanted to also, again, as we're looking at, averages mask the range. And so, where's the lowest and where's the highest, right? I mean, an average is just an average. To me, big deal. It doesn't tell me anything because I want to know how everybody's doing, across the board. And I think teachers would like to know that too. And then
We used to receive it
I know,
beforehand.
Right. And I'm really glad that, Mrs. Applegate, that you said that UCLA is going to continue working with our teachers in professional development, correct? And math, where we've been, and I do know that teachers really like that and that they're getting a lot out of it. So hopefully it'll start up soon. I haven't seen it come across our consent calendar, so I don't know if we're going to be.
We're looking at it. So again, we'll take a look at it. But we're going to try to build systems and structures internally. So we'll take a look at it.
Well, given that the math is so low, I think we need to invest in professional development. That's just my recommendation.
I understand.
Mm-hmm. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
one more. What did you say about repurposing? What were you going to recommend? Were you going to recommend it to the board?
Recommending to repurpose the former director of college and career readiness to
What?
a director of college and career success.
for college and career success.
Director of College and Career Success.
And that position is currently vacant?
Currently vacant and currently budgeted.
Okay.
Yes.
So you have to bring that to the board for our approval. Okay, thank you.
And just
Thank you.
one clarity, because I heard Abigail say something, and I just want, the breaking out, were we talking about, like Dr. Flores, you were talking the 3rd grade, the 7th grade, the 11th grade, and you saying break out each one of those so we can see the data? Because what we're, just to be clear, our past practice was, we do like to really look at, get a mirror of the subgroups. So in this report, obviously it's not there, but we always are going to ask for that. So over a period of time, it became just a standard way of looking at it. Like we said, we can look at the bodies in the seats versus the percentages. So that's what we wanted to clear up, right? Okay. Oh, wait. Mr. Tillman.
You know, after the last budget presentation, I do have a real concern about filling positions. And I think we need to get something from Mr. Sullivan that maps out where we're projected to be. And just to bring clarity, you know, as we have a declining in ADA, which means we have declining funding, the only way you're going to impact that projected number for ending balance is to not have more positions. Now, unless I'm missing something. But when you look at the presentation from before, the ending balance is actually less than what Mr. Urban had concerns about when he said you only got enough money to pay for 2 weeks' worth of payroll. The number's going to be lower than that. So I don't know how we could be satisfied with that. And we're flying blind right now because no one's talking in terms of how we're going to increase the ending balance. Now, I know a lot of people have talked about reserves. I'm not talking about reserves. I'm talking about the actual projected ending balance, which can be made up of partly reserves, but also other spending that we reduce. But I think it's something that we need to do sooner than later, because in order to bring the district staffing in line, and I'm talking about ongoing costs, staffing in line with the reduced ADA, you not only have to reduce certificated positions, but also classified positions. And the only way to do it is when those positions become vacant. So you have to look at each one of these positions and say, is this a position we can leave vacant until we have more clarity as to where we're at with the budget? And it's no different than what we're talking about doing with all the discussion I heard about pay raises is one-time money, so you only gonna try to do it off schedule. And just like you're waiting till next year to see if things are better, you should do the same thing before you fill these positions. Because once you fill them, you can't take them back. And by the time you realize you've overspent, it's too late. The only way to deal with it is now. And I haven't got enough information from Mr. Sullivan to make me feel comfortable that we're preparing ourselves for this lower ADA ongoing, and once this one-time money goes away. Am I missing something, Mr. Sullivan?
So, Mr. Tillman, so last presentation, we provided a projection of where we were anticipating with the decline in enrollment as it stands now. Tomorrow is actual CBED date, so we'll actually have a more solid number on where our enrollment will be. We still have a couple months to adjust, but typically those adjustments don't change drastically from CBEDs. So with that, as shared in the presentation, we are looking at other items which include that base expenditure LCAP shift that we talked about with class size reduction that was up to $15 million. That helps to, again, relieve the pressure off of the base. So I understand what you're saying. So that was part of leading out of our unaudited actuals presentation, where we now know our new beginning fund balance, and to provide a preliminary projection to the board at the last meeting to show, based on the most updated information we have, where things are trending.
And my only concern is, even President Rogers said that the numbers are supposed to be as close to accurate as possible. And if I remember right, some of those out years you projected an ending balance like at $7 million or something like that. That can't be a number that we're comfortable with. A $700 million budget and the ending balance of $7 million, that's not something that we can say is okay. And so if it means that we don't fill some of these positions, then we have to have the discussion now. And my fear is, even in the other part of the presentation with the service delivery model, I have the same questions. If any of these are new positions, no one's explained to me how we can afford it. You can't. Not if you're really talking about that you have a concern about what the existing ending balance is. If the only way to grow the ending balance is not to hire new positions. That's it. So that's the reality we need to start dealing with.
Right, and thank you, Mr. Tillman, for that. And just, again, just to reiterate exactly what you're saying, I know you brought it up, and I know Dr. Flores also brought up freezing positions. And again, even more clarity is that even though those were two retiree, for example, those positions, we probably had more, but basically even what you're saying is that those two positions, even though they had been on the books, we may have to look at not even doing that. And so that's the clarity, Superintendent Irvin and then we'll get this budget. Like you said, the CBEDS is gonna show us a different picture. And it is a reality, it's true. We do know 2,000 students equal 2,000 times a big dollar amount. And so we don't ever want to get away from that in where we are. And I would even add to what we're saying, we've talked about a little bit back and forth about the deficit, but I mean, it's almost like you want to take care of that first as well. I mean, I almost feel like if we can write a check right now, what are we waiting for? So definitely, I hope we're all on that same page as we continue to walk through this journey. And Harold, we're definitely going to be relying on you to let us know what those numbers really look like. And I just pause to say this because when this comes up each time, that's where we're always nervous. We're always wanting to know where we are. There's no reason to hide money. There's no reason to earmark it for something that, if there's a need to earmark it, I think the board is going to bring back to us again when we can come back in a room together and talk about what are what we've done in the past. The board has had designated things that they've identified. And we're trying to get to that point where we're going to come together after the listening and learning tour, or maybe before. We're almost there, right? But in the past practice, and I think these are some of the things we have to let you all know that you haven't been here the whole time with us. But there has been a time when the board has come when we talk about the budget and say, what about this? What about these projects? These are some desired projects that we all see. You know, what is that going to cost, and can we afford to do that, as opposed to what you all are doing? So that's what we're trying to communicate to you all. But because COVID is here, we don't even know if we can do our wish list like we used to do again. And we actually called it a wish list. That may be on hold, and that is okay. We need the staff here to be covered, obviously, to do what they need to do. But if there's some things we have to put on hold, that's what we have to do. That is what we're hearing, what we're saying. And the service delivery model, we appreciate you guys updating that. But again, I think the clarity in the room needs to be, does the service delivery model, for example, have a big price tag on it? Because if it has a price tag on it, we can't do it, we can't do it. And that's really being transparent in saying it. We've talked about it many different ways, but all we really want to know is there a big price tag on a service delivery model? And if it is, we either got to say as a board yes or no, because we know we have a deficit, and that is not where we want to end up, and that's where we want to go. So Ms. Ceballos, is it Ms. Ceballos? Oh, wait. Ms. Ceballos, and then Ms. Rosales Medina.
So just to make sure I understood, when it comes to the comment that Mr. Tillman made, is that something that we're going to bring on the next board meeting? Will it be on the agenda where we talk about freezing the positions, or are we giving, the staff direction to freeze now, or?
No, because he's going to bring us back this information that he's talking about today, because it's technically today, where he's going to be able to look and see how bad is it going for us right now when it comes to enrollment. because that is our guiding principle. And so once we get that from Mr. Sullins, which will be on the agenda most likely, I can almost say, Dr. Wyatt, that is going to be on the upcoming agenda because we have to know that information. Then we can have this robust conversation about all these different things or ideas that we're talking about kind of tonight. But we're not giving direction because we don't know. We need to know for sure.
Got it. Okay, just for my clarity too. And quite frankly, I forgot what I was going to ask, but just very quickly, for a college career indicator, how do you measure that? How does state measure that?
So there are multiple measures that the state looks at, and it's a combination of several items. So there's a college portion, and then there's a career portion. And so the college will look at A through G completion, and we'll combine that with, let's say, dual enrollment. So dual enrollment plus A through G will ensure that that student meets the criteria. Another example might be A through G, and let's say based on our CTE pathways, the number of hours that they're completing in work-based learning opportunities, externships. That's the career portion, and that also serves as a criteria. So there's a combination of ways that our students could meet that indicator.
Because you said something earlier that I wasn't too clear on when you said something about the state not, I can't remember exactly what you said, but you alluded to A through G was.
So colleges will look at A through G, but not necessarily CCI. And so in order for us to think through our A through G and CCI outcomes, our biggest lever is going to be focusing on A through G. We're most likely to meet CCI when we're meeting A through G and not the other way around.
Got it. Thank you.
Right. I just wanted to clarify that just because even in previous, board meetings, we never had presentations that had positions per se on them. So since these presentations do have positions refurbished, however, or additional numbers, I just wanted to clarify, it's not just because we're listening and hearing your presentation doesn't mean that we're approving it. So then that would require an action item. Right, yeah, so then because I know sometimes it automatically assumes, because I felt like this was a conversation we had before with regards to, oh, well, it was in the presentation, automatic approval. No, it's not. So I just want to make sure that even previously, last year, before the COVID hit, we never had positions in these and positions were always given to us either in closed session or on budget presentations, but it was never part of this because the automatic assumption is that we're approving it or we're supporting it or so forth. So I just want to kind of clarify and I just want to make sure, maybe I'm wrong because, we have different, leaderships. So I just want to make sure, is that the case still?
I think that's the direction we're clarifying to let them know because it was our past practice. And so we're letting you know so we can all be on the same page. You're right for that clarification.
So yeah, just because we have in the presentations doesn't mean that we're approving it or supporting it. Okay.
But we're giving input for sure. We definitely are giving input. Okay. Dr. Flores?
Yes, I wanted to thank Mr. Tillman for, making visible the fiscal impact, and Mr. Sullins, for you to really delineate, not just give us averages or numbers, but delineate exactly, the number of vacancies we have and how much and what they are, of course. And then also, given our ADA, what's the impact going to be as well. And also, I wanted to reaffirm what you also said, Madam President, about, we have not approved the service delivery model at all with any of the positions. And we will not be able to until we have clarification of the fiscal impact of any of this. And so just want to be clear, like what Ms. Rosales Medina said, we have to be clear on, just because you're presenting doesn't mean that it's been authorized. And we are the governing board. We are the fiscal agents. We are the ones that authorize any fiscal expenditures. And so, and this board has been very prudent and very conservative and have watched every penny. And that's why we have gotten positive certification for all the years that I have been on since 2008. And so, you know, we're mindful of what we want to do, but also mindful of, we are for innovation. We want our kids to do better, of course, but we also have to be mindful of the money. So that's all I wanted to say, Madam President.
Hey, thank you. And
Thank you, Board. So we hear you loud and clear. And so this repurposing is listed as a layout of our intentions, but absolutely presented to you to ensure that we understand your feedback. And we will absolutely come with more formal plans and asks. So the next quick update is going to be around STEAM. I want to thank our superintendent and board member, Dr. Flores. We had a task force meet and greet with several educators, CTE, VAPA, across the district about 2 weeks ago, and we heard from them loud and clear. They are very passionate about what they do, and we're really listening to them to think through how we could extend and expand STEAM. They carry and have that same urgency. A big takeaway from that conversation was the need to round out the committee. We had a lot of visual arts and performing arts represented, but not on the STEM side, on the technical, engineering, and mathematical side. So that is a next step from us. But clearly, they are hungry, and so as we think about where we're headed, we are definitely looking at our current state when it comes to what our kids currently have access to. Starting again in elementary school, we're looking at our music programs, our band programs, looking at the offerings around visual art, and then moving into different pathways. We have 53 pathways. And these pathways at our high schools could absolutely be feeder patterns for our elementary and middle schools. So a lot of opportunity there to extend. And again, we will absolutely be working with our teachers and our labor partners in this work as we move forward. Next slide, please. So as we continue, again, we're listening, we're learning, we're thinking through the promising practices across our district. We will continue to host different informational meetings. We are looking forward to establishing a STEAM task force, again, that is more well-rounded and encompassing of all of our key STEAM programs currently in place. And again, board, we hear you loud and clear, but in this case, we also had the intention to repurpose a position, formerly the Director of Continuous Improvement. So again, we will come back to the board for further discussion there, but this position would become the Director of STEAM to continue leading this work along with our K-12 teachers, enhancing best practices across our district, and working with our after-school CAPS director to, again, extend STEAM into our afternoon programs.
Okay, and I think there's one more question before you go.
Not for Dr. Esquivel, but for you, Madam President.
Oh, okay, yes.
Since we don't know the fiscal impact just yet until we get it next time, I would like to recommend that we how do you say it? Postpone or table the service delivery model section of this presentation for when we know our budget.
I heard you guys are asking. So, board, what we're saying is that this item will come back. You know, we had to shift some other. I know we're a little weary, but nonetheless, because this is definitely going to be an impact when we talk about finances. So I totally get that. And are we okay with that? because we'll be talking about finances at the same
support it.
time as we implement the service delivery model. So I think that would be great. And I know you guys probably had some principals that you sent home, so, you know, we would love to see them at a later time. So, okay, we'll go ahead and do that. Thank you all for a thorough, great update of presentation. Wait, Dr. White, wait. Who are you, what do you got going? Wait, let me hold on. Okay, Ms. Ceballos, go ahead.
So I just, again, I just had a clarifying question. So when we table the service delivery model, so again, for clarity, I want to make sure that I understand, because my only concern is I don't want to pause any work, right? I want to make sure that we're still working, okay, and that we're still moving forward. And I know that previously there had been, I guess, comments or disagreements on what the service delivery model is and is not. And I completely get the whole hiring process. I'm not saying I'm in support. I would also like to look at the budget before we move forward. I just want to make sure that we're not stopping any work from doing that.
Thank you. For clarity, no, that is not my understanding. We're not stopping the work. On this, we're stopping this presentation so that we know that the framework of what's going on, what is the impact going to be fiscally? That is my understanding. We're right, and I'm seeing nods and shakes. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Is that it? Okay, and Dr. Wyatt? Are you? Okay, she is, I think.
Really quickly, just to
Okay.
clarify, so I know in one of the sheets, it shows like ELA support, elementary, secondary, and then there's math. So all of those are positions that everything else will be in move, except for positions. So I just wanted to clarify with Ms. Ceballos. I imagine that's the case.
Yeah, so we're looking at it, but we're not going to get the full presentation. But say what you said again, Ms. Rosales.
I just wanted to clarify. So I know that there's mentions of positions, but is that positions that's already existing?
So that's
Part
where
of
we'll
that.
get, okay, go ahead and give clarity.
Let me bring some clarity. Yeah, the service delivery model is only a structure. So we're going to continue to move forward with it. The only difference is any new positions that we talked about bringing within the system, we talked about bringing here. But so a lot of those positions are already in place. So the organizational structure, the structure is still in place. And we're going to continue to move forward with that because it's only an operational issue.
Okay.
Oh, no fiscal impact. Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and move to, thank you all again. Resume your seats. Okay, 8.1, we are at board member comments. And if member serves me correct, I went to the left last time, so I'll go to the right. Mr. Tillman. Did I go? Oh, you got your light on. Okay, so, you know what? There's a new structure. So if Dr. White has his light on to speak. So if you want to speak, light it up. I don't know how I'm going to watch this, but it's going to be interesting.
Sorry, Madam President. I haven't used my green light all night,
You
so
did,
I thought
you
it'd be
did.
a
Okay, I'm
good
watching.
time to use my light. So, well, it's been a long night, and as for board comments, just a few commendations. One, just want to acknowledge Dr. Flores for being appointed by State Superintendent Tony Thurman as a statewide literacy co-chair, I believe it is. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But that's quite an achievement, actually, to be appointed to such a level with our state. So congratulations, Dr. Flores. A lot of folks probably don't know this, and I'm trying to do more and learn about.
Clarify, it's a literacy and biliteracy campaign
Literacy and Biliteracy campaign co-chair.
for the state.
For the state. So, I mean, that's outstanding that you represent us at the state level. So, again, congratulations. Well done. Yay. This month, believe it or not, is Filipino Heritage Month. How many of you knew that? Yeah, I didn't know it either. So I know I got to own that. But
The county keeps us updated.
the county keeps us updated on a lot of things. And it commemorates the first arrival of Filipinos, which took place at Morro Bay on a Spanish exploration of all things on October 18th, 1587. It is also LGBTQ plus History Month, so I think we should always acknowledge that, as well as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. A lot going on this month. And then just want to congratulate our MOT folks and architecture folks, because we were acknowledged again in the American School and University publication for outstanding designs for auditoriums and music rooms for our Cajon High School theater modernization, which is our third year straight of being recognized in this publication. So job well done to all of them, and as we continue to make hope happen in our district and provide quality facilities. Ms. Grace Beatty, thank you for calling me out in regards to our charter school accountability. We haven't had a lot of reports come up for the charter school, but I can assure you that is definitely on my radar as we move forward. And if our charter schools are not meeting the same level of accountability as we would expect for our own schools, and obviously we have a lot of accountability to look at it there as well as our own schools, that we will analyze those and determine what's best for our kids. I believe that is it, Madam President. There's a lot more I could say about everything today, but I'll save that for another date.
Is the Filipino, are they adding it to the agenda, adding it to next board meetings as a resolution? Just
Yes,
making sure
we
that.
can-
I would support that.
Okay. No resolution.
Thank you, Madam
Okay.
President. I think Dr. Hill is next, and then
Yes.
Dr. Flores and Ms. Sabanos.
Right, okay, so then we go like that.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm well aware we're a couple of minutes before 1 a.m. again, but I just want to say the Cabinet did a great job presenting tonight, and I don't know if the superintendent or the board president was going to mention this, but I just want to say that as a board, hopefully we are sending condolences to the, I believe, Arrington family of the teacher who was killed in the freak accident in Boston last weekend, and that we certainly extend our condolences and prayers to Sangagoni High School, which is a school where he was a shop teacher, and they plan to retire, I believe, at the end of the year. But with that, I just hope we practice safety, not only with COVID, but even when we're out driving. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Flores?
I also would like to thank Cabinet for their presentations. It's a lot of work. We appreciate it. This is for Mr. Sullins, the next two. I would like to an itemized budget of the LCAP and where the money is designated and the amount specifically. I also would like a itemized budget for allocations and expenditures of ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3. And I also would like, you're going to be busy, I also would like how many vacancies, I already asked already, but I'm going to reiterate it again, how many vacancies we have and the amount of money that is in those vacancies, certificated, separated by certificated, as well as management, as well as classified. And I know you're going to give us an update, Madam President. You're going to agendize. I'm just asking his updates on the on our ADA and the fiscal impact. So I would like that to be agendized as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. And just for clarity, as we're getting that information, Mr. Sullins, is that something that you, because we're going to try to streamline, obviously, we're not going to continue at this 1 o'clock board meetings, and we weren't there before. It's just happening. But when you give your update, is that, would you have that ready, or readily available, or would you be more comfortable with the BCs, or can that be a part of the whole, or even, I'm even posing a workshop. I'm just trying to get clarity because she gave you quite a few things and it probably could coincide with something.
So based on the request, what I'm looking at is certainly, I think within the budget update, I think the vacancies and the total cost of the vacancies
Okay,
would be
good.
appropriate within that.
Okay.
I think less so the itemized listing. I think that would be a separate report because that's a lot of information.
May I ask, would that be a public document for our, would our community have access to that public document?
Sure. Yeah.
Would it be, how would they have access to it?
We can put it in the back. Typically, we can give it to it and put it in the back when we have the board meeting. When we do the presentation, we can have it in the back for them.
Correct.
The ESSER and the LCAP?
Yep.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. You're going to
And-
present
and-
it as an agendized item?
The reports,
Right.
we can include that as an agenda.
But yeah, that's what I want to get clarity on,
I
because,
wanted it
because that type of
agendized,
meeting,
yeah.
I don't want to pack a meeting. I would like
I
to
don't,
be
but
all.
I mean, it doesn't have to take that long, just so that
No, that's not what I'm
yeah.
saying, but I'm just saying it would be good if he can bring it all together, then we kind of know what that agenda is going to look like that night. And it'll be kind of like Harold, you giving us all
Certainly.
those. Okay. Okay.
It'll be difficult to go through in a cohesive manner for the
Mhm.
board, an itemized listing of LCAP ESSER 1. I think at what was
Just
shared
sharing.
in previous presentations, I think Ms. Christaco shared the high-level categories, but the actual line item report, that's a very
Okay.
detailed information. So
Okay.
it wouldn't be, I
Got
think,
it.
formatting-wise, appropriate for a presentation.
Okay, but you'll have the other
Correct.
things that was requested.
Correct.
Okay. All right, just wanted to be clear.
And I would just add one note at the 19th board meeting, we actually have an ESSER 3 plan that has to be board adopted. So,
That will be part of it,
so
what I'm asking
yeah,
for, okay.
So business
okay.
services and ed services are working together on that, putting that plan together. There's a stakeholder input session scheduled for next Wednesday, and then that will be agendized for board approval.
Okay.
Perhaps you could prepare the very detailed one, but also the general one, like what Ms. Christakos did.
Certainly.
And that way, we have access to the detailed one. You don't have to go over it, but just present the overview of the ESSER 1 and the ESSER 2.
Certainly.
Yeah.
So we'll make sure that gets prepared. Thank you, Mr. Zola. And Ms. Ceballos?
Also, I'll make it quick. Congratulations, Dr. Flores, on your appointment, by the way. I would like to maybe request that the agenda be reformatted to what some of the public comments have come in. So having a closed session closer to the end of the meeting. So maybe right before reports and comments, so that we can hear public comments before and do maybe everything else. And then whatever we need to discuss in closed session, maybe we could do that. So I would like to formally now maybe request that. I don't know if we need to have a discussion or it needs to be in a future agenda or whatever the case may be.
Well, and I just want to get clarity, so I'll give you a little backdrop on it. This hasn't been normal. That's number one. We did make a commitment in these last few board meetings. We have not kept that commitment. That commitment was we moved public comments to 7 p.m. And regardless of whether we were back there, if we went longer or not, our commitment was to come out and hear our public comments. And we have not been, consistent with that in these last 3 board meetings. And so the streamlining of what we did when closed session used to be in the late hours, it went on. And I believe we got away from that in these last probably 3 or so board meetings. And so I would ask respectfully that and I heard that comment as well, and that's why I said we're going to streamline and know where we're at, but the commitment has been then to come back at 7 o'clock, and then we would have to go back into a second closed session. But we hadn't been doing that, and that's what's thrown the entire agenda off.
Okay, so then we are remaking that commitment
We're
now.
going to recommit.
We will come out
Yes.
at 7 p.m. to address that public. Okay.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, and then also maybe adding a section to the agenda about requesting items to be placed on the agenda. I don't know if that's, or you just want to leave it at public comments, because I remember that had been a suggestion, and I thought that was a good suggestion. So maybe considering that. Also,
I didn't quite hear you.
adding maybe an item to the agenda, a standing heading to where it says agenda items. So that way,
For us to
Future,
give
what we
future
talk-
agenda.
yes.
Okay.
that way we have a space during the meeting to add agenda items. And then also, I would also like to request at this time, maybe another board workshop, right? Maybe another attempt at establishing our protocols, right? I don't think we've finalized those. I still want to know what the process is. And I think this second half of the meeting has been a little bit better for me. I think we asking a lot of these clarifying questions has been, at least for me, really helpful. But nonetheless, I would have something that I can refer to back in writing if need be. So I would like to request that. I would also like to, maybe request that we look at bringing in somebody from the outside, maybe an expert. I don't know, it could be Ms. Judy White, to help facilitate some restorative circles for our board. I think that there's a lot of healing that we do need to do, and I think I would like to have something like that ongoing for, as long as we need it to be.
Thank you for those comments. And then also, I just wanted to let you know, on the protocols, Terry was scheduled to come back on this meeting, but we had to delay that because, as she shared with us at the end of the board shop, but I don't know if everyone got in all of their items that she was updating or anything they wanted to add, but she is scheduled to come back. So I just need to reconnect with Ms. Feehill about our protocols. That is to happen. It was supposed to happen this month.
Okay, because I want to make sure that we are able to provide some feedback on it, because I would like a commitment from us to write those down and really try to abide and go by them, because we are building them collaboratively. Right. It doesn't mean that they can't change. It does not mean that it's the law, but it is a commitment that we all make into how we are going to proceed and function as a board. And then finally, I would also like to request, I don't think that this is currently being given to us, but a copy from Ms. Ontiveros of all of the requests that you're taking down. So at the end, you read back to us, all of the requests. Maybe if I could get a copy, if we could all get a copy of that, that'd be great. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'll just make mention so we know, because there's some things we have abandoned as well. And they usually have a timer on us as well. And then we're just, we're not paying attention to it. And I didn't even look at it either. So we'll put all those things back in place for you all so that I don't have to. Okay, so is it, okay.
I just wanted to reiterate, I do support the board retreat as well, and then looking at a facilitator that's unbiased, and just having someone that's able to, and just board members, clarify that. If we can't have that, to where we're able to have conversations in a manner that will be productive and healthful and so forth, but with a facilitator that is not part of the school district or even part of the public comments that came today. So just to make sure. And then, so I just want to say that I do support that. Another piece I do want to have, and I'm requesting, is I know we have an organizational chart, but I want an organizational chart that also identifies the roles, areas responsibilities for each of those within the cabinet level, and then maybe even one below, just so I can visually see which, because it seems like, we have, or things switch, and I just want to clarify for myself, this person is working on these items, this person that's their responsibility are these items. And if it's regarding the COVID as well, to try to look at how it's being organized within that. So if I can have an organizational chart that identifies the roles, and I'm repeating it again, roles and areas of responsibility for each of those cabinet level, as well as one lower, just to see if, what they're doing on the lower level too as well. Another request is for policy committee to meet, and I know we had many public comments, and I always want to make sure, and we had public comments even from the previous board meetings, or whenever we have public comments, when we ever have employees, when we have students, or we have different ranges of staff, parents, that we have and I know there's whistleblower, there's different protections to make sure that no one's feeling retaliated. I don't know if we have a policy in place, and if we don't, I would love to look at it and maybe update it if it's needed, so that way everyone that has had issues don't feel threatened or scared to speak up. So I definitely want to have our board policy review that as well.
Okay, and that definitely is a law on all of our jobs. So we definitely will reiterate. Mr. Tillman.
And just for the utmost transparency, if we're talking about doing a board retreat, even board and superintendent retreat, if we're talking about doing it from the perspective of building relationships and having discussions so that we better understand each other, then I'm fine with that. If we're talking about, and if I even get the feeling that it's going to be like it was back there, where it's a list of things I've seen for the 25 years, and it's all telling board members how they're supposed to act, I'm not going to participate in that. I've been to that 1,000 times. I get nothing out of that, and so I'm not. I don't want to be involved in that. Now, they offer those classes at CSBA. They specialize in that. They tell board members what not to do. I've heard it over and over again. It doesn't do anything for me. But if you want to have something where board members can have interaction, where we build our relationships, I'm all for it. In a comfortable setting. I guess for Mr. Sullivan on the budget part of it, it's real important to me to understand what we used to do is we used to say, okay, we're in the middle of a budget. You know what the baseline was based on the adopted budget, right? And then somewhere during the year, something happens and we get additional funding, right? Normally what would happen, you would say, okay, something happened at the state level. You got additional funding of $39 million. So this is unallocated money. The board has a list of priorities. The superintendent has this list of priorities. And then we decide how the money we spent. In closed session, the discussion takes part in terms of what the potential is that is going to be needed for salary negotiations, that type of thing, right? So we haven't had that, but somehow that has to happen. And to give credit to Madam President, Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers, maybe we need to make that clarification. But I give you a big example. In the LCAP, we saw line items for service delivery model. And then Mr. Bayo says, yeah, but that's in there, but it's just repurposed. But I don't know if that's the case. You actually have line items in there that didn't exist, unless I'm missing something. It didn't, because we didn't get service delivery model until we got our new superintendent. The budget was done before then. The LCAP was done before then. So if I have this new terminology in there, where are those new lines with new funding?
So the direct services to students that was in the LCAP at the time of the budget adoption, and that was that 19.5 million that is divided between action 1.21 and 2.11. So
That wasn't service delivery model?
so that was direct, it wasn't called service delivery model, it was called direct services to students. On the subsequent readoption, that's where it indicated service delivery model, but it was essentially the same actions and goals that were previously identified at the budget adoption and LCAP
So
adoption.
were there positions associated with that number?
So there are not positions, they're not positions or contracts or specific expenditures associated with that funding. It's just identified to be used for what's kind of explained in the action for direct services to students. So there's not a position attached to those. Those are basically, and I think Ms. Rosales Medina mentioned it, they're like placeholder expenditures, so they're budgeted expenditures, but they're not actually attributed to an exact position or contract.
So were they in the previous year's budget in LCAP?
I'd have to look back. You mean 2021?
2020, 2021.
I'd have to look back, but I'm not sure. I'd have to look back at that.
Because you see, that makes a big difference, right? Because if they weren't in there in 2020 and 2021, but they're in there for 2021, 2022, that means that's new spending.
It's new expenditures within the constraints of that supplemental concentration grant.
But if it's new expenditure, it's because you have new revenue.
So, yeah, so part of that, yeah, so to your point, part of that is because of the COLA increase, that increased the supplemental concentration grants dollars. So, yeah, so you did receive additional revenue beyond what you had in 2021 because we did get a COLA.
That's where it would be listed as unallocated money, and before it went there, we would have all agreed that's where we wanted it to go. So I think we need to get back to that.
Right, because it sounds like, again, and I really appreciate, like, because I think we're now catching up, like, things that we knew what it was, and then what you guys are calling it or whatever, because it sounds like even on that one, what did you say it was, direct service to students would have been listed before in the past, but this time, because the new model we know of improvement or you know, what Superintendent Irving is sharing with us as we're moving forward, what it's going to be called, the model, but the name is the same. It's not saying we're allocating, like I said earlier, those dollars is all a service delivery. It would have been on there listed as that different name. That's how I'm hearing you say it. Other than that, we are saying it's new. We're trying to do new money. I just want to be clear.
But for clarification from Ms. Ceballos,
Yeah, you're right.
it's not expenditures from the previous year that are relabeled. These are new
Money.
revenues and new expenditures. And in the past, the board would have input on how that money is spent.
Got it. So we're going to clear that up, that language up, so we know that you're not pulling something over us. Sorry, but I have to say that. Okay, so
Dr. Dowdy Rogers,
I'm going to
comments?
speak. And so, board, we don't all have our comments, and I usually go last, and I see Dr. Flores up. Are you wanting to clear up something, or, because I'm going to give one last comment real quick, and I'm
I
done.
just wanted to say, could Mr. Sullins just give us the I think it was a one-pager or two-pager of the LCAP of the last year, and then we could see if it was or wasn't. Yeah, that was all. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And then my only comment was, again, definitely condolences out to the loss of another teacher. And we definitely our hearts goes out to the families. And then to the policy committee, a couple of things that that unfolded for me last week in talking to individuals about contracts and talking to individuals about facilities, and facilities in particular. Facilities meaning the use of our fields, and you know the groups that come in with our students and they do football and all those things. I really know that our policy committee needs to take a look at our facilities, because I say this, I felt a kind of way when we keep coming up with things and telling them, you know, oh, you can't do that, when somebody picks up the phone and says, they're there with a barbecue grill, they're there with a, that sounds nitpicky. We just need to be clear in the policy what they can and cannot do. Because when I talked to the one person, I did apologize in saying, like, this, you have 5 different things that have come up, and some of them are the same. Why haven't we just corrected it and said what they can or cannot do? So please, policy committee, if we're waiving fees for one, I'm all for one. And there is no such thing as waive one for the other and not for the other, unless our policy has a guideline that says 25% of them are something. Because we are servicing our kids, and even the person that called me was very clear on, yeah, we can't afford other people's kids, but it's our kids, and they were okay with that. But what they were not okay with is that we haven't been consistent. If they got to keep calling us about the same thing over and over again, policy committee, help us out. Let's update that policy and say who can get what free. We do know this. We discovered you cannot waive insurance. But some people felt that that was a fee. I get that. And then to get with facilities.
Madam President, that's
again,
always been the case. We said they had to have their own insurance.
yeah, but the person, and I'm speaking directly with the person that I talked to, there was a misconception of insurance being under fee. And I said no, and they understood. They did understood, because they did eventually get it. But word travels. Like, some people will say, they waive my fee. And then if you think it's insurance, then you of course you have a right to be upset with us, because we sound like we're talking out of 2 sides of our face. The other thing is the contractors, the same thing. We need to just, you know, we're in the process of this and updating. And I want to bring it back again, because we had a conversation about some things that we did discover, some practices that we were doing. I want to make sure that those practices are consistent for everyone, not some being able to do this and some being able to do that. And we have these discussions, and they are very, very contentious discussions, but then we walk out with no direction. And so policy committee, again, I don't know if that's all under policy committee, but you got to give us some input on this too, so we can be consistent, because now we know some things did unfold that we didn't know, and that's okay. But please, let's be consistent with everybody. It's not fair. So I'm saying this publicly. I did talk to individuals and say, I'm going to say it, because the revelation to me was, fix the policy, fix the problem. And then later down the road, we can make some adjustments there. So again, those are my comments. Thank you so much. We are now moving on to action item 9.0. 8.2, I'm sorry, Superintendent of Staff. Superintendent of Staff.
I'll be quick in the interest of time. Tomorrow, once again, well, today actually is Clean Air Day. So I just want to share that. And then congratulations to Board President Rogers for her recent recognition by the Southern California Black Chamber of Commerce for her work with young women's empowerment and service to San Bernardino. Congratulations. And then also I encourage each and every board member once again to join me on my school visits. I visit on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, 8 to 12, and I'm again extending that, olive branch. If you're interested, come visit me, come join me when I visit schools, visit classrooms, and then also I may be teaching a lesson or two, and that'll be great if you want to see that. So thank you.
I did see a student teach you a lesson, though. That was very good. That was great. Okay. All right. We are now, it said staff, but you were done. That's it for you, right? 9.1, approval of the personnel report number 7 dated October 5th, 2021, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
As presented.
Second.
It's been moved in second, and I don't know, Karen, just so you know, I think all of our screens, because I'm looking at Dr. Wyatt's, your authentication to the server has been lost. Please log back in. So I'm just wondering, is it going to come into us to vote, or should we just voice vote and just, okay. So I will start with Ms. Abayas.
Aye.
Dr. Hill. Aye. Dr. Wyatt. Aye. Dr. Flores. Aye. Ms. Rosales Medina. Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
And Dr. Dowdy Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 9.2, approval of the unaudited actuals financial report fiscal year 2020-2021 business services.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, we'll go ahead and take the vote. Ms. Ceballos? Dr. Hill? Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Flores? Ms. Rosales Medina? Mr. Tillman? Dr. Dowdy Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. We are now at 10.0. Oh, you got it up there. Thank you, Karen. Okay, 10.0 consent items.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Is there any items to pull? If not, all right. No further discussion. We can take the vote.
Aye. Oh.
Are we ready or no? No, okay. Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Dr. Hill? Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Flores? Ms. Rosales Medina? Mr. Tillman? Dr. Dowdy Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 11.0, review of board requests. 11.1, staff and review items, updates. Is that you, Ms. Ontiveros?
Yes, it is. Thank you so much, President Rogers. So I have quite a few tonight. So first we started with Ms. Myra Ceballos asking for information about the employee vaccination verification and testing process, including the law requiring it. Dr. Barbara Flores asked for information about how we're ensuring that the protocols for cleaning and contact tracing are being followed with fidelity. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we consider appointing one person to be in charge of COVID oversight. Dr. Gwen Rogers asked that we consider holding a town hall in order to update people on COVID protocols. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked for an explanation in the monitoring strategies that we have for the implementation of COVID protocols. Let's kind of all go together. Dr. Barbara Flores and Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina both asked that Mr. Irvin present future listening and learning updates. Mr. Danny Tillman asked that asked for a list of the virtual academy classes by class size and encouraged us to consider moving all qualified certificated staff into classrooms to relieve pressure. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked for comparable data to the NWEA assessment. And Ms. Applegate mentioned the STAR was previously used. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would for the college and career planning, look into what we've done in the past, including related to work on grading practices and the impact of D's and F's. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that the college and career data be disaggregated by student group and to provide detail about the range of scores, not just the averages. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would bring all new and repurposed positions to the board for approval before filling. Mr. Danny Tillman asked for a financial analysis showing new positions and how we plan to pay for them, and to better understand the impact of ADA, and Dr. Barbara Flores also echoed on that. Dr. Barbara Flores asked for an itemized list of the LCAP, the ESSER 1, the ESSER 2, the ESSER 3 budgets. Dr. Barbara Flores asked for a list of all of the vacancies by employee category, certificated management classified, and the associated dollar amount related to each group. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked for an organizational chart that outlines the roles and responsibilities for each cabinet member. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we convene the policy committee to review the whistleblower policy. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that we would add space on the agenda where the board could add agenda items. Also asked that we would schedule and hold another board workshop you all would hold another board workshop to finalize your norms. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that we would provide a printed copy of all of these board requests to the board. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that we would consider holding restorative circles for the board. And then she also asked that the agenda would be rearranged to ensure that we respect the timing for public comments. And Dr. Gwen Rogers asked for the policy committee to review facilities use to improve consistency across the district.
Thank you, Ms. Ontiveros. All right, if that's everything, board and IT, I know you can put the picture back up again. I know we were talking earlier, but we are now at 12.0 closing and 12.1 again. And we just want to remember Mr. Thomas Arrington, the auto shop itinerant secondary teacher at San Gregorio High School, and his family. 12.1 adjournment. Is there
moved.
Thank you, as we adjourn in his memory. Thank you all, and God bless you.